Members, it's time. Please report to the chamber. Members, it's almost time. Please come to the chamber.
House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Tylee Dickerson, pastor of United Christian Church, Prattville, Alabama, the guest of our own Donna Whitestone.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this wonderful day that you've given us. Your word declared that this is the day that you made, and we're to rejoice and be glad in it. Father, we come first asking that your blessing be upon this meeting today, all of these participants. We pray that you give them a heart to do your will, your perfect will in the earth. God, we thank you for this wonderful state, this blessed nation. And then again, God, we just thank you for all that you've done for us, your love, your peace, your kindness, your grace that you've already ministered to us. And we thank you today. It is in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's pledge will be led by Ellison Smith, the granddaughter of Van Smith and the grandniece of Senator Donnie Chastain.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Almond, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, South, Stodhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"69 members have an answered roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a leave of absence be granted for absent members.
Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the fourth legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the fourth legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Mr. Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, we are honored to have some very distinguished guests from Romania with us today. I move that leave of the floor be granted to them.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, we are honored to have them with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, today with us we'll have the Romanian Minister of National Defense, Anja Tilvar, the Chief Defense General Daniel Pursuit, Ambassador, make sure I say this, Moharo, with us today. Let's give them a big hand. Would like to welcome the gentleman and ask that Mr. Tilvar has some words that he's going to speak to us about today. So, Mr. Tilvar, you're welcome.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to address you directly and speak in front of this honorable House that represents the essence of a democratic system. I can consider that by addressing you today, I'm speaking to the American people that lives in the great state of Alabama. I know very well, being a parliamentarian myself for 19 years, how important it is to know in detail the problems that can affect our citizens, whether they come from the national or international environment. Romania is a member of NATO since 2004, a member of the European Union since 2007, and we have a strategic partner of the United States of America since 1997. Yet, there is an even older partnership very important for us. In 1993, Romania became one of the first states to join the State Partnership Program. We were privileged to have this partnership with the state of Alabama. Therefore, it is a great pleasure for me to have the opportunity to be here today to celebrate 30-year mark of the State Partnership Program with the National Guard of Alabama, a key milestone on the pathway to our remarkable strategic partnership. In these 3 decades, our troops form a close bond of friendship, cooperation, and even brotherhood. The brave soldiers of National Guard of Alabama are and will always be welcome to Romania. We appreciate the practical cooperation between U.S. National Guard of Alabama and Romanian land forces, be it by participating in various exercises over the past years like Resolute Castle, organizing staff working visits and workshops, common training in Romania and U.S., or supporting the infrastructure development of our training facilities. As a concrete proof of solidarity and support to the U.S., in May 2020, Romania deployed in Alabama CBRN and medical specialists to support COVID response in long-term care and nursing home facilities. It is a valuable partnership to us, and we are working forward to strengthening it in new and innovative ways, contributing to our readiness and interoperability for future operations. I would like to point out the fundamental role of the legislative, whether we are talking about the one in the USA or in Romania, in achieving the goals of modernizing the armed forces. Romania was among the first NATO member countries on the European continent that understood the dynamics of the security environment and the need for the army to have modern combat equipment at its disposal. In this sense, after the illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula by the Russian Federation, the most important parliamentary parties, regardless of political orientation, concluded a national political agreement to allocate 2% of GDP for defense, in accordance with the commitments made at the meeting of the North Atlantic Council in Welsh in September 2014. The Romanian Parliament plays a decisive role by approving major purchases which exceed 100 million euro. There is an important support at the level of the Romanian Parliament for defense endowment programs, a fact that over time allowed important acquisitions such as Patriot, HIMARS, or Naval Strike Missile. We have a very good presentation yesterday from the Department of Commerce. We have identified that there are great opportunities to increase bilateral industrial cooperation, dear colleagues. I believe that this is essential for our common success. We know very well that the United States represents a global model from this point of view, and I believe that we need to strengthen even more cooperation in different sectors, including in defense. I also know that you are instrumental in making all these good things happen. Honorable members of the House of Representatives, I am grateful to you for this. Given the success of the partnership, I do believe that now is the right moment to move to the next level and expand our cooperation. I strongly encourage that Alabama's companies from the defense industry to come to invest in Romania. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, the states in the Black Sea region are dealing with increased challenges that require new approaches regarding the efficient use of modern technologies and the exploitation of economic opportunities in order to provide an adequate response to current and future challenges. Among the measures adopted in response to the current security situation generated by the Russian aggression and invasion of Ukraine, we decided to increase the defense budget to 2.5% of GDP starting this year, out of which more than 37% are allocated for major equipment procurement and research activities. I will take this opportunity to mention the following facts from a historical perspective. The Romanian Air Force has been operating a C-130 fleet since 1996. Romania is the first and the most important Eastern user of FPS 117. Romania is the first ex-communist country to acquire a Western-made UAS, namely the Shadow 600. Almost 20 years ago, Romania became the first ex-communist country to operate a Western GBAD system, namely the Hawk PIP-3. Recently, we have procured the state-of-the-art high-altitude long-range surface-to-air missile system, the Patriot, and multiple launch rocket system, the HIMARS, and we are also the first country to procure naval strike missile using the FMS mechanism. Both US and Romania had the wisdom and vision to commonly develop the maritime observation, surveillance, and control system at the Black Sea since the early 2000s. In the area of air capability, Romania is one of the major F-16 users in Eastern Europe. We are committed to continue this program, and at the same time, we are looking forward for the 5th generation platforms. Furthermore, we shall become one of the Joint Strike Fighter users. But why are all these extremely relevant? Last year on February 24th, Russian Federation brutally attacked Ukraine. It was an unprovoked attack against a sovereign and independent nation, Moscow showing total disrespect for international order. We believe that this was nothing spontaneous, but on the contrary. Let's not forget the invasion of Georgia in 2008, the 2014 illegal annexation of Crimea Peninsula, and the conflict sponsored for years in eastern Ukraine. These are deliberated actions based on the idea of destruction of indivisibility of European security and promote the retrograde concept of spheres of influence. The war in Ukraine proved that the Black Sea is a critical frontier for Europe's new security architecture. Romania is the EU member state and NATO ally with the longest land and maritime border with Ukraine. Let me be clear. Ever since February 24, Romania has stood strong alongside our neighbor and partner, and we are currently providing a multidimensional support to Ukraine. We are committed to continue our assistance as long as it takes. The US increased military deployments in Europe, led the broad NATO effort to deter further Russian aggression and to defend NATO allies, and should be further strengthened. We commend the US solidarity and commitment to the Black Sea region security by supplementing in 2022 its robust military presence in Romania with a 2nd Infantry Combat Brigade team under the 101st Airborne Division Command. We are looking forward to hosting the 1st Infantry Combat Brigade team of the 101st Airborne Division and the command elements of the 10th Mountain Division. We appreciate our forces' excellent cooperation and are eager to further substantiate it on all components: air, land, maritime. At the same time, Romania is committed to further facilitating the proper conditions for all US troops deployed in Romania, according to our bilateral agreements and our willingness to further increase our interoperability. On this background, our priorities converge towards intensifying joint training and exercises and modernizing the military infrastructure made available for the US forces. Romania is proud to host the US Aegis SHOR missile defense system in Deveselo facility as one of the US most critical defense assets in Europe and an essential landmark of the US commitment to our region. We will give high importance to ensure all the necessary conditions for the operation of the system in Romania. We assess the current US footprint in Europe should stand for the new baseline for a permanent US force posture in Europe and in Romania. Therefore, we strongly support the US endeavor to develop a comprehensive and multi-domain US Black Sea strategy, ensuring a strong security pillar for the Euro-Atlantic area. A Black Sea approach will forge a more robust US policy built around US and NATO consistent and persistent presence and active leadership in the region. We salute the bipartisan determination of US Senators Jane Shashin and Mitt Romney to push the development of a US strategy for the Black Sea region. We stress the US, the only actor that has the ways and means to lead such an approach, is the only viable option to inspire the other allies and partners in substantial efforts to support a comprehensive Black Sea strategy. We have already enough proof that what happens in the Black Sea does not stay in the Black Sea. Today's very complicated security situation in our part of the world has a great impact on the entire Euro-Atlantic stability and prosperity. But our strategic advantage lies in our strengths: unity, cooperation, and hope. As Helen Keller said, I quote, "Optimism is the faith that leads us to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope." End of quotation. So I'm optimistic that together we can do more than we can do apart. I am looking forward to continuing and further developing our cooperation, dear colleagues. You can count on Romania, as we can always rely on the United States of America. God bless our peoples. Thank you.
For the defense minister and his constituents, we would like you to know that we pray for Romanians just like we pray for America. And we certainly appreciate you being here with us today. And you know you're welcome in Alabama anytime. Thank you very much. Before we get started, let's recognize Dr. Elkman's introduction to political science class at the University of Montevallo. Are you in the gallery today? Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, the Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 6 announcements today. Members, you will notice a color change on the voting board. This is to assist those who are colorblind. The color of abstentions was changed from yellow to light blue on the voting board. Again, there'll be a change color. The Porch Bandit Creek Indians legislative reception at Ravella's Restaurante is at 5 p.m. Shuttles will run from the State House, are available starting at 5:45, and will make a trip every 15 minutes. So there'll be a free shuttle service to the reception. Alabama Credit Union Association reception from 5:30 to 7 at the RSA Plaza Terrace. Alabama Rural Electric Association reception at 6 o'clock at the Renaissance Montgomery Hotel. The Jones Miller Group honoring women in government from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. at the Jones Miller Group office courtyard. And please check your mailboxes on the way out today. Members, check your mailboxes. There's a lot of important information in them. Thank you.
Mr. Pringle is further recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move when the House adjourns today. We reconvene on Wednesday, April the 5th at 8:30.
All those-
And upon adjournment, we leave the journal open for the receipt of bills.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion prevails. Clerk will now receive bills. Standing committee will receive those reports throughout the day. The House now is in position for introduction of bills and resolutions. The chair would like to call for the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 91 with substitute by Representative Ellis relating to the city of Columbiana.
The question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. All those in favor of HB1 on the BIR will vote aye. If you're not in favor, vote no. Clerk will unlock machines, record the votes. Clerk lock machines, 50 ayes, 1 no, 39 abstentions. There is a committee substitute on this bill. If anybody has any question, Representative Ellis would be happy to answer them, I'm sure. Representative Ellis. Has anybody got a question on the substitute? No questions? All those in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. Clerk will unlock machines, record the vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 23 ayes, 0 noes, 69 abstention. The bill's passed. Substitute. Now we'll have final passage of HB 91 by Representative Ellis. All those in favor, clerk will unlock the machines. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Clerk will lock the machine. 12 ayes, 0 noes, 75 abstentions. HB 91 has passed. Clerk, call next bill. Clerk will call the first bill on the regular order calendar.
On page 2 of the calendar, House Bill number 103 with substitute by Representative Baker relating to education employees.
Representative Baker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have before you, this is a continuation of the adoption theme. Before we left spring break, this is an adoption bill. What this bill would do actually would be two things. This would allow public education employees to use sick leave to attend to an adopted child who is 3 years of age or younger, capped at 8 weeks. And 2, the illness of a child currently in the care and custody of the employee for whom a petition of adoption has been filed, to also have that opportunity for sick leave to be awarded. With that then, Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to take any questions or move for adoption of the BR.
The first person to speak on the BR will be Representative Van from Jefferson.
I can tell you one thing, Representative Baker, y'all Republicans are killing me right now this session because, well, we should be in the thick of it, and I should be on a roll right now with y'all. But this is the third good bill that y'all have brought this year. I don't think I've ever even said y'all brought one good bill in the 12 years I've been down here, but I talked with you momentarily about this bill, and I represent a lot of educators over the course of the last few years, but I just want to do my housekeeping, be clear. Talk to me about the age. How did you get to that age? How did you all surmise on that particular age of 3? And then does it cover all sick leave for the duration that they need the sick leave, or what?
No.
Because I've had some questions about that.
Yeah, let me take it in parts then to try to answer your question. Thank you. First, the years for a child, that has not been specified. That is in prior code language.
That's the prior code, okay.
So there was a need to at least maybe address a younger child. And so as this was looked at in other states in regards to language that might have been used And so for a young child, 3 years or younger was something that seemed to be general language. And so that's where we landed upon that, just a designation for a young child. But really the thrust behind this bill, that actually I need to maybe give a little quick backdrop, and that is there was a educator, a mother that has adopted 2 newborns, each about maybe 3 years apart or so. The first newborn, she was afforded sick leave to care for that newborn infant as if it were her biological child. The second child, the local school system denied the sick leave because it was not her biological child.
And that's an excellent point. And, you know, a lot of times I say when we're so noisy in here in this chamber that, you know, when you go back home and your people ask you questions and you get to fumbling, you need to really understand these bills and what this means, because this bill basically is saying that whoever is an adoptive parent, just like no different, in the term of art, we used to use a whole blood. So in other words, they would be treated as a whole blood, just as anyone else. And I think it's a great bill. And I really would like it not just for adoptive parents. I would like it for foster parents, or those individuals who have taking on the role as foster parents even prior to moving into being put in a position to become adoptive parents. I think this is a good bill. I think it's a good bill, especially for educators here in the state of Alabama, and especially because of what has happened in the state because of the tenure laws, or an attempt to attack the tenure laws throughout the state of Alabama over the course of the past 12 years since I've been in the House of Representatives. I think it's a good bill. AEA, have you spoken with AEA, and what is their position on this?
I have not received any opposition contact from AEA.
But the question wasn't if you received opposition. The question was, did you speak with AEA?
I did not reach out directly to each of the entities, education entities, whether it be AEA or other school superintendents, class, school board association. This is something that I'm very openly engaged with those entities. They know, I mean, to reach out to me.
And I just asked because I remember a bill you brought a few years ago, and we were debating the bill, and you said, you referenced that same language, and then I started getting text messages, and then we all had to go in conference, and it ended up making the bill a better bill, and you ultimately got it out, and you had to carry the bill over. That's certainly not the case now, but I just wanted to be clear on the specifics of the bill. I truly think it's a good bill to have in place. Again, you all bring bills, and I'm not going to complain about that because I'll have a piece of legislation coming this year because of the situation that's happened with one person or somebody that I know, and I want to be given the same courtesy. So I'm going to hold and reserve all comments on some of these, this legislation that you all are moving forth until that time. But outside of that, anything else you want to add with regards, because I got to take my whole 10.
I understand. No, I just much appreciate your inquiry. I much appreciate your remarks. And this is what I feel is just worthy legislation, as you've already maybe provided support towards that. And that is that there be no discretion in regards to the treatment of sick leave for a biological child versus an adopted child.
One thing I did want to ask, but is there a requirement that an adoptive parent always have to show proof? Because even though you mentioned what you mentioned, not everybody's going to think to ask, is that child adopted? So let's be real about that. I mean, it happens. That may have happened because she's probably an educator who everybody knows, and she's probably mentioned the fact she had an adoptive child. Okay, I'm going through this. I have a friend that's in the legislature. I'm close enough to somebody. We need to change the laws. I mean, we know how it works down here.
Right.
One person, something happens to one person, we change the whole trajectory of the Alabama code. So, you know, I don't have too many folks that are being asked, is your child adopted? Most people treat a child as if they are the child of the person or the employee, wouldn't you say? But there are instances like this, and I would venture to say this was an instance where she was more causally connected or closely connected in the community, and everybody or somebody knew that the child was adopted. But it is a good safeguard to happen because there are unintended consequences that do occur in the state of Alabama, just as in other places. So anything else on the bill?
No, I think you've really hit the high points of the bill quite well. Thank
I
you.
try my best. I do my best to try to, I've been told that lately from even some folks in the media. So makes me feel good to hear you say it. I try to be as learned as possible with regards to the legislation that's moving forward, so I can speak intelligently on it when I'm asked about it. But anyway, I think that's all that I have on it. And this law becomes in effect after being enacted and signed by the governor. What time period?
Let me reflect on that real quick just to,
And there's no fiscal note or anything on this bill.
that is correct. Does not affect state or local funding.
And how does this play? Did we incorporate any of this? And there may not have been a need to. I know we just did a full overhaul on the adoption bills last week that moved out of the House. So are we making sure that that's all in line, or none of that would have affected the code? So the way it's so situated?
Yes, this
Just
right.
something just
does not,
this is more
does not conflict with.
So this is more administrative.
Right.
Now,
correct.
but my question to you with that is, will this tie into it as a level of administration? Is this going to be a part of Students First? Would this be a part of the Students First Act, or would that not have been incorporated in the Students First Act of 2011?
I do not think that this.
Or did you ask?
I do not feel this falls into that realm in regards to Students First.
Okay, I support it, but I would just like to know, because, for educators, that Bible for them is the Students First Act, and for administration.
Right.
So, and then I want to make sure there's a level also to make sure there's an incorporation into the human resource policies throughout the state school system to
Right.
make sure that the educators know. One thing that I found last year with several pieces of legislation, we saw that even with what happened with the prison release debacle, although we had passed that legislation some years ago, is making sure that we properly educate the people. Now, it's also their responsibility, school superintendents, school boards, their lobbyists, governmental affairs, to stay abreast of the laws and legislation that we pass once it's enacted. But I think it's also good that we make sure, as the sponsors of these bills, that we make sure that we put in place a system that there's a level of communication that's communicated throughout the state, because this is a bill, somebody may miss it. Everybody's not going to be as attuned to what we're doing down here. We miss things. I mean, this legislation passed all the time, and I'm standing up, somebody's asking me about it, and I'm like, duh. But I just would like to make sure that folks are aware. And I know that's a part of our role and responsibility as leaders in our respective districts to do just that. So hopefully, the bill will pass. I know it will. There's probably much support for it. So I thank you for the opportunity to come up and have this opportunity to speak with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you yield.
Certainly.
This bill only affects our educators, but not the other state employees. Is there anything in place where they could have the same benefit, our state employees?
I would think that would be an option for another legislator to take up if they so desire.
Why would, if they're all of our state employees, we could have killed two birds with one stone by making this apply not only to our educators, but our state employees too, because they're also in the process, I would think, of adopting children.
The one thing that would be a little bit different to contrast, and you bring up a very good point on that, it should apply to all. I agree with your premise that you're offering, but the decision was made at the local level, is what really was the genesis behind this bill.
This bill was made at the
decision
was made at the local level somewhere,
and that's where it still is.
But see, and I think my colleague mentioned how one incident can happen, and we bring a bill that can impact the whole state on one incident, because even though it happened in one local area, I think then if we're going to try to correct something, we do it for all. We don't do it for just one situation. And I think we do a disservice to the people in Alabama that we serve, because now what do the state employees think when we only single out that it has to be an educator? And then when you say an educator within a school building, would it apply to the custodians or the child nutrition workers?
Yes, yes.
Because they're not educators.
No, this would be, well, it'd be education employees.
Okay.
For education employees. And you bring up a very good point. You mentioned about all, and that's what this bill is really intended to correct, and that is that
But it doesn't impact state employees. So it's not everybody. It's just that we single out one group of people, and those people who come under the Education Trust Fund, but not the people that come under the general fund. And I know I hear so often, you know, when we're doing raises or for our educators, and then we hear from our state employees who say we're not covered by that. When do we get anything? So is it just that we always, and I love educators and fight for them, but I think in times like these when we're doing a bill to correct an action, we have to think about all people who come under the state budgets that we have, and we have too. But we're going to get some response back from those who are covered under the general fund, because we should have included them in this one right here, even though it was one decision made on one local level. When we look at that, we're dealing with people that deal with one of the budgets that we have control over. Then we should also look at the other one for that too. My other concern is that you said you did not have any direct communication with AEA or AFT or all the other organizations to get their opinion on it, because at the end of the day, I can promise you, when this happens again on a local level, there's an administrator sitting out there right now, even if this bill passed, that's going to give somebody who's adopting a child some type of heartache. So I think I would have preferred you had gotten in touch with them, because they're going to be your avenue to get the information out. They're going to be the first line when that administrator refuses them this opportunity. So I think we haven't talked to them in advance. They could be in some type of preparatory stage where if the bill makes it through the House and the Senate, they can automatically start sending information out to the administrators and the employees. Because I can promise you, so many of our administrators that I come across, we pass laws and things that affect people in the two budgets that we have, but they never get the information. And when they go to take advantage of it, they still have a hardship in doing that. So I kind of wish that you had talked to them in detail as partners and being the people that's going to have to get the information out. And when when this incident happens in another local area, they're going to be the ones that's going to have to come up and convince and pull the law. And even after you pull the law, with some of our administrators, they administrators, but they act like they so disconnected to what their employees are going through. So on that concern, I wish if we get it out the House, that you would at least have some conversation with AFT and AEA to start getting them alerted to the possibilities of it making it through the Senate too.
They've already provided information just as of now. I'm very engaged.
But you haven't talked to them.
Well, I've communicated.
You haven't done one-on-one with them.
Well, I've stayed very engaged with these groups. I mean, that's why they are texting me without me even reaching out to them to let me know, because I
Well,
stay
they
so
could be
engaged with
texting you
them.
because they just found out about it.
No,
Saying
no.
what?
No, they know.
Because I distinctly heard earlier that you had not talked to them.
I did not reach out directly. That's
Right,
on this
okay.
particular issue.
And that's what I would-
We talk often.
I wish you would, because that's each time I brought a bill up here where it involved me talking with somebody else, the first thing I'm told from your party is because you didn't reach out directly, then that's why they have objections. So what's good for the goose is also good for the gander. And I wish that you would have done it just like I'm always told to reach out. I think that is something helpful. Because it'll help a lot of people, including people who want to adopt, that are educators or working in the education system, to be able to know that they could have the time off to be able to nurture that child or children, because they might do more than one, and bring them, make them comfortable with the family. But I wish that you had done that, because that's what I'm told all the time. About when I come forth. If I didn't reach out, y'all lower that hammer on me really quick. All of you lower that hammer, boom. You didn't talk to that organization directly. So I just ask that once this passed the House, if you would be diligent in reaching out to them and setting up a plan on how they could get the information out if it passes out of the Senate also. But those are my concerns, that we didn't look at the other state employees to give them that opportunity. Do you have any thought process of going back and coming back with the bill to include just all of our other state employees?
Well, I've actually been sent messaging on this in regards to the state employees, is that they already are covered underneath the FMLA, then the maternity leave, sick leave.
Well, even the educators are covered under it too, because that's federal law.
Well, actually, there's, as I checked with education and running this through
It's just that
collaboration, they told me there's no actual maternity leave that is per se within education.
Because we never mandated that those administrators and people who make the decision in the education systems put in process a procedure for them to go by. But that's federal law, that the other state employers, that's what they texting you. That's federal law, and it would also govern our educators. It's just that we've not made it mandatory, like I said before. Even if this passed, we got to make sure those organizations that communicate with our educators know, and especially the administrators, that they put a process in place. Because I can promise you, the first time one tried to take off, some administrators going to say they didn't know. But it's good that the employees that come under the general fund are aware of the federal law. But we need to make also, if this passed, that we give our educators federal and state law and mandate that the administrators put some process that we can monitor in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett. While he's on his way up, we'd like to recognize the school board members visiting as part of Advocacy Day today, and also the Montgomery County School Board for the Montgomery delegation. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will gentlemen yield?
Sure.
Thank you for bringing this bill. I think it's a good common sense piece of legislation. It's also fair. I think it does facilitate our efforts to try to make adoption more easier in Alabama, and also more attractive. And I think it shows the benefits of really having adoption as part of our state code. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your support and comments. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern. Will be the fourth person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Certainly.
Thank you for bringing this legislation. Appreciate your patience to carry over to today and keeping this. It identifies a true loophole, if you will, to making the adoption process seamless and easy. And for those that take that sacrifice and put that time into those children, we need to allow this. So thank you for this, and look forward to supporting the legislation.
Thank you so much.
Members, the question before the body is adoption of the BIR for HB 103. All those in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will unlock the machines. Members will vote.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. The BR has passed.
Thank you
Chairman?
so much, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption of the committee substitute.
The question for the body is adoption of the committee substitute on HB 103. Rogers, you want to speak on the committee sub or on the bill? Let's do it on the bill, okay? We'll do it on the bill. All right, the clerk will unlock the machines for the committee sub. Those in favor will vote aye. Opposed will vote no. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 104 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Has been amended. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. With that, then, I would still entertain any questions, but I would move for final passage as substituted.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I didn't ask for the sub. Did it change anything? From what I know now on sub, did it change anything drastic with the sub? I voted for it.
No, very technical revisions, all it was. It was just a technical revision in the wording was all. Nothing substantive.
Okay. It seemed like a good bill. I look at it. I think it's one great bill. And but I'm gonna say in my mind, they had to drink water when they come to that meeting. They had to have a cup of water. They had to get a cup of water too with it while they're in the meeting or something like that. They get hot. They want a cup of water or something like that. They might want to get hot. They want a cup of water while they talking at the meeting. You know.
Right. I sort of keep my water close by here.
Okay, good. Now I was just wondering, did the AA put the bill together? How it got started?
Actually, well, it originated from an educator out in the field that reached out to me. And so from there, then I reached out to the State Department through their legal counsel and staff to inquire about this, if this was an issue elsewhere across the state. Okay. And so they acknowledged that this was something that probably needed to be addressed, that there did not need to be distinction between a biological child or an adoptive child in terms of awarding sick leave days for these young children. So I did collaborate closely with the State Department of Education in moving forward on this bill and trying to find what might be the best pathway or language to correct this.
We distinguish between biological children and adopted children, and we distinguish between biological and adopted children. We did separate them. I mean, in the past, we distinguished between biological and adopted children.
There was discretion. So I think it was just sort of accepted that it all would be treated the same, whether they be biological or adopted in regards to these young children. But it surfaced in one of the local systems, and I won't identify because I don't want to really cast any disparaging remarks towards the system, but it was where at the local level, it was determined that since it was not her biological child, that they would not award her sick leave days if she wanted to take, her personal leave or use other days, unpaid, that would be left up to her. But they did not.
I'm glad you bring this bill in for the fact that, a lot of times you don't know whether a child is biological or adopted.
Right.
Because sometimes some parents won't tell an adopted child that they're not their biological child. And so therefore, they just accept that they are their biological child. And so I think it's a wonderful bill because I don't think it should all the discrepancies there, period. So I think it's a good bill. I'm supporting the bill.
Thank you.
I voted all the way on everything else for the bill.
Right, thank you.
It just that I'm just concerned about the fact that it might be a water problem somewhere, and I don't want to make sure it don't cause a problem in those biological kids about the water problem. So they might come to Birmingham and they can't get no water or something like that because they're in the school system. That's what I'm concerned about. But I think it based on its face, it's a very good bill, and I think that I was wondering that I know it's more mentioned about AFT. Did they have anything to do with AFT and all the teachers lobbyists have anything? AFT, AEA, all of them looked at the bill.
Well, any feedback that I've been receiving right now, even since, right now, I stay very much engaged with the education entities on a number of different fronts. Most were probably already aware of this bill. Since even just being here at the well here today on this bill, I've had several that have already been texting me saying, yeah, we're in support. So they understand, they know that I'm very engaged and I'm very available to their contact if they have concerns or issues on any bills of which I'm connected with.
Did they offer you any advice about anything on the bill? It's a great bill. I don't know. I just wonder how you came up with it. Did they offer you any advice on the bill, or they just said it like it was?
It was more just, I guess, some of the collaboration and research that some of the legal staff with the State Department of Education provided, and looking at other states just to see how they would be able to craft the best language to address this issue.
Okay. Oh, I know she also talked about state employees, but they ever got to come from the State Employee Association to adopt something similar with it. They ever had to come up with something similar through the State Personnel Association, right? So you couldn't add them to this bill, I know.
Well, that, once again, sort of two separate scenarios in regards to, this goes down to the local levels. With the state employees, you're generally talking about, even though you have state employees scattered across the state, a lot of that would be centralized more in the operations in Montgomery or the agencies and departments thereof.
Well, maybe go to another, when I look at so Danny, so if a city wanted to do that, could they bring a local bill to do it for a city? Say the city of Birmingham want to do something similar. Would they have to bring I guess Speaker had to look at that. Would they have to bring a local bill from the city of Birmingham, or could they just join the automatic code with the teachers cover in Birmingham automatically, right?
But
Jefferson County, rather.
But being that this is, specific to education employees, the education arena of employees, then any of these other entities outside of that, then I would think that they would be, that they could have their own bill if they so chose, if that was needed. It might not be needed. It may be that there are policies in effect already in place, whether it be with these local governments, municipal governments, counties, or even, state. It could be that is not actually an issue before them that we're having here with the education employees.
Being it's a statewide bill, it will cover all counties, wouldn't it?
That is correct.
So therefore, if it's a Mobile County or Jefferson County, all covered because it's all encompassed, right?
That's correct.
So they wouldn't have to bring a city wouldn't have to bring would it cover every city also? If you're
talking about city school systems, yes. Now, if you're talking about outside of education, then that would be independent of this bill. This bill is just specific to education employees.
Okay, but you see where it's needed outside of education, though, right?
It might be. That's the part that I don't know. It may be that it's not an issue with those outside of education, whether it be at the local municipal level or county level. It may be that they already are afforded that sick leave with no distinction between biological or adopted children.
Hey, I can't even fathom how anybody could even come up with an idea of biological adopted. It's so ridiculous. You think that's a problem. That's why I'm surprised about your bill, because I just can't fathom the idea that somebody would say somebody biological. How you know? How would you know that John Doe is adopted or he's a biological person? I can't figure that out. Seriously, how would you know?
Well, I think you might be. I can't say this, but maybe you're looking at this from a limited perspective, like just an isolated day here, two there. This actually the genesis of this bill was actually in reference to a mother that's dealing with whether it be a newborn. In the case that the educator that reached out to me, both of her adopted children were newborns. And so you're talking about a lot of time and away from work that was needed in dealing with these newborn children, adopted children. So this is not just a limited scope of like just being, you may be thinking of an adopted child that's maybe 5, 6, 7 years of age, and they're out of, they're sick and need to be tended to. This was more, the genesis of this bill was really more the extended leave that would be needed to deal with a young child.
Oh, it make a lot of sense. And so what I was just shocked about the idea that we had to pass a bill for biological and natural born child, adopted child. I just thought that was kind of a redundant personally, but you know, I can understand that could be a problem with some things in law. Now that you explained it to me, because that was my real question was why are we covering the bill about biological and adopted? That was my real problem with the bill. I couldn't understand that kind of thing, biological adopted. So I thought that if a child is in the household, whether you're biologically adopted, he considered your child. Mm-hmm. And I had a problem with that.
Yeah, one would think that there would not be a need for this bill.
Yeah.
But being that it surfaced out there, then there is a need because there's not clarity that specifies in the law. So that was what was needed. We just, one would think that there would not be a real need for the bill because of just the application, but the way it was maybe, it's hard to say incorrectly applied, but the way that was not maybe the intent of not having any distinction between a biological child versus a adoptive child.
Well, at first I didn't see the need, but I understand the bill now. Thank you. It makes sense.
Thank you.
That's why I voted for every time.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank
Chair recognizes Representative Warren from Macon. While she's making her way down here, Chairman Baker, if you would, today happens to be Representative Warren's birthday. So what if we sung happy birthday to her?
All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Thank you.
That left you speechless, didn't it?
Baker, I just want some clarity. I heard so much, so I want to make sure I understand what I'm hearing. Currently, the law allows for employees to do the 6 week of leave. It's in statute now. They can do that, right? But what your bill is saying is making sure that anyone who has an adopted child can do the same thing. That's all your bill is doing.
That is correct. Or either a child for which a petition for adoption has been filed. So if they are in the pipeline, then that would be included in the bill as well. Not just already where an adoption has occurred in place, but even for where a petition has been filed for adoption, that would also be forwarded to that.
But the
parent as
regular
well.
folks is not changing anything.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, my concern in the way it's worded, it says weeks of sick leave. This is earned sick leave. This is no sick leave they're going to give you if you don't have it, right?
Correct.
Do we need to have earned sick leave in here?
I'm not aware as the language and the development of this bill, then in collaboration with the State Department of Education and their legal staff, that was not something determined to be necessary.
You can easily read this and feel as though I'm entitled to this. But I don't think this is what this is saying. This is saying you're entitled to this leave if you've earned this leave. See what I'm saying?
Right, I do.
Because you can read this and say that, okay, I'm entitled to the sick leave because it says it. But I think we need to be more specific and say earned sick leave. It's not a given that you're going to get this unless you have it. Would you be amenable
Yeah, yeah, I would.
Just so we can amend that, just so it can say earned.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, can I get this amendment so we can adjust this? We need to just add the word earned before sick leave. Okay, all right, let me go and get this. Okay, I'll be right back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Brother Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the recognition. I really wanted to thank the gentleman for bringing this legislation, but I wanted to ask him a question before we adopted the sub and then get the recognition. But the difference between the sub and the regular bill, could you clarify something? What was the difference in those two? Why you needed a substitute?
It was a technical revision. It was where there was reference to a section within the bill that was not needed. And so it's just a technical revision to remove that
All right, thank you. Now,
letter.
getting back to the question, what my colleague previously asked, when you employed through education, you earn sick leaves 9 per year, I believe. If you're in education, if you're in administration, you probably get maybe 9 or 12. You work 12 months. You get 1 per month. Now, I've known some people use the word to adopt their own children. Now, you're looking at me strange when I say that, because there are some guys that have gotten children out of wedlock. And they had their mother's name. And they adopted their own child. And so I wanted to throw that out, because there are some people that have adopted their own children. Now, when it comes to education, these children would not be categorized as adopted or just a part of the family. Would you use the term adopted? If hey, look here, my child is sick, so I need extended sick leave. Are we increasing the sick time, the leave time for parents that has children that are in education, whether they're adopted or not?
No. I mean, this is meant to be equal treatment in terms of awarding sick leave days to that educator employee, whether they have an adoptive child or whether they have their own biological child that they're taking.
Okay, now, but they already have sick leave.
That is without any
but
discretion.
you add some more sick leave for the adoption?
No. What it is, let me use the example that caused this legislation. Can you hear me?
I hear you, yes.
So this was an educator who had adopted 2 children separately, maybe I think 2 to 3 years apart. Both of these adoptive children were newborns. On the first newborn, the local education system where she was employed did permit her to use her sick leave days intended to the child.
Okay.
On the second child that was adopted, both were adopted, the sick leave was denied, where she could not use those sick leave days. So any days that she was going to that she did not have to use, then she had to either not be paid for those or use personal days.
Are you telling me that she was denied to use her own sick leave days on a child that she had adopted?
The first child, yes. Second child, the sick leave was denied. So that's what I'm doing through this legislation, is to clean that up so there's no distinction between a biological or an adoptive child.
How would they know that my child was adopted? Now, does it have to be that way? I mean, what I'm saying, we're discriminating here.
And
I
that's,
don't understand why, if I adopted a child, that's my child, whether I adopted or not, it has my name.
that's why I'm bringing the legislation. There should not be a distinction.
Okay, now I get the message. That's what Representative Warren is trying to bring the amendment for earned sick leaves or unearned sick leaves. I thought all sick leave was earned. Unearned sick leave.
That's the way I felt it.
I mean, I get confused. I know as I get older, I thought I get more understanding, but I'm getting more confused now. The more I talk, the more confused I get. But can you give us the difference between earned and unearned sick leave?
I don't know that there is a distinction on that. You offer a very good question. In respect to Representative Warren, she felt that earned maybe might be needed on that, so that it's not maybe misconstrued that this would be that they get something that they have not earned. So I'm at least amenable to this.
I hear you, but I want the representative to explain that to me. Make it plain. I got you. I said you got 9 sick leaves a year. Now if I'm sick over more than 9 months, instead of 9 days, then I'm not gonna get paid for it. Is that what you're saying?
And I would mention, I mean, for those that are concerned about, right, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the amendment and all, but I would mention this as well, Representative Jackson, that there's a sick leave bank where employees that may have special extenuating circumstances.
Leave days to those persons who are sick that need it the most.
That's right.
I'm through. I will talk when you got your.
So sick leave days could be donated by another education employee. Right.
But I'm trying to get more. I'm confused for real now. Somebody shoot up here amongst us. I need some relief.
Jerry Clower.
It is all good, but it's a good thing that you're doing, and I really appreciate that. And because we don't need to discriminate between adopted and unadopted children. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition with the gentleman yield.
Sure.
Nice name tag.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. You always wear your name tag. It's very nice. My concern is not as much about the legislation as it is the process that we got to get to this point. I'm one of the people that like to sit down and read these bills. And I abstained a few minutes ago. I was the only person that abstained. And the reason why I abstained was because we were bringing up a substitute that I hadn't read. And we never got an opportunity for a full explanation as to what the changes were in the substitute. You mentioned that it was a technical change, struck out some information that was no longer needed, but the details were not there. And I would almost be willing to bet that 90% of the people in this room that voted to allow this substitute to come up have not read this substitute. And you know, like I know, it doesn't take much to change a bill. It doesn't take much to just totally change a bill. So this new amendment process of substituting a bill when a person has already studied the bill that was filed, it just doesn't quite seem like the way the process should be to me. Because now you're voting on what could possibly be a totally different bill how would I, so say for instance me, how would I know that I need to get a copy of the substitute to study instead of the original bill that was filed if I'm not in that committee? And you have so many bills, and think about it in the terms of a way that, sometimes you will have a calendar that you have a calendar that's selected maybe the day before, right? And you just don't have that level of preparation time to go through all the bills on the calendar, because what we're going to end up seeing is, now, your bill is a good bill, but this is going to start happening with not so good bills. And what's going to happen is we're going to get a special order calendar with 20 or 30 bills on it. And then when we read the bills that were dropped, then you come back and half of these bills are being substituted. So now we're trying to figure out where we are and what we're doing, because we're not going through each amendment and letting those amendments stand on their own merits. We're really coming with a complete substitute bill. And I guess that's my issue with this right here. Like, we're about to vote on something that I believe the body hadn't read. You've read it. A few members probably have read it, but the masses have not read this substitute. The masses in this room are going off the fact that you said that it's a good bill, it's a good substitute, it's only small technical changes, which we didn't get details on, saying that it's just going to take away some information that's not needed. And that's just based off of what you said, because you're a good guy, and we just feel like, okay, Representative Baker wouldn't lead us wrong. You see what I'm saying? You see what a concern would be for somebody like me? Yes, sir.
You seem to be, more focused on the process and less about the bill, from what you seem to be indicating.
Right, but the process is what got us to dealing with the substitute right now.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And it's because I feel like I didn't have a fair shot or a fair chance to, because I'm studying the original bill. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm reading the original bill. I'm studying the original bill.
Now, this was not a floor sub. This was a committee sub.
I know it's a committee, but I know it's a committee sub, which is the old amendment process just rolled up into one to change.
Correct.
Right. So instead of each amendments having their own merits, we're coming with a complete substitute. And basically what I'm saying is the members are voting on a substitute that they hadn't had a chance to read. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all the members read it and I just missed it.
Well, you make a good point. Now, that's in regards to the process. But anyway, so this was what was as an amendment offered in the committee. So once that amendment was adopted, which is just a technical revision, just one thing and all, but so it's where that became a committee sub. But you are correct in that a committee sub, so whether there were like 3 or 4 or 5 amendments that might be added into a bill,
right,
it then becomes still a committee sub. So maybe you are making a point in that it's hard for a person to know whether it's more comprehensive, a little bit the changes that may be part of a bill, or whether it's very minute, such as a very technical revision like within this bill. And such.
Right.
So you make a point with that, but that's just as part of the process. And I think that's the thing that's incumbent upon all of us, and that is that we just learn to, whatever the processes are that have been voted upon, that we move forward with those processes and work within the confines and parameters of that process.
And I understand that we have to vote. We have to go with the process that we have. So maybe you could explain to me give me some pointers on how to maneuver in this process. How do I maneuver in this process, not being a committee member of this committee, and I'm studying the bills, and yet we come to the floor and it's a total substitute, not something as simple as this, because this is just training ground right here, because it's a simple situation, but we all know that a lot of these substitutes would not be technical in nature. They'll be totally different, and it'll be a lot of different amendments rolled up into one substitute that come out on the floor as a committee substitute, that now we're scrambling to try to see what's this committee substitute. It takes away the preparation time for actually vetting the bills if you're not in the committee. So what would you recommend to somebody like me that like to study the bills, like to be familiar with what I'm talking about, so we can have conversation when I get to the microphone, we can have, conversation about the legislation. What would you recommend for me to be able to make sure that I'm on point when it comes to these substitutes? Because it appears that this is going to happen a lot.
Representative Bracy, you are a very skilled legislator, so it's hard for me to actually offer you advice in the respect that I think that individually, each one of these 105 members of this House body, it's incumbent upon each one to determine their level of engagement in regards to review of any bill that comes out of committee, whether it be a committee on which they serve or one on which they do not serve. And it would be perhaps just up to each individual to the level or degree that they become engaged in the bill and study thereof on that, and to maybe do their homework as well to find out more. Was this just a single amendment, or was this several amendments, then all that's part of this committee substitute?
Okay, so we would need to go and find out about each bill that has a committee substitute before we come into session every day. We need to go and do extra work to find out all of these different bills so we can study the substitutes before we get in here, because it's almost like if you don't do that, you're going to vote on bills. It makes me nervous to see people vote on bills that they hadn't read, if you know what I'm saying. In this body, we have more unintended consequences than anywhere I've ever seen. Every session, we come in here to correct something that we did wrong last session. It happens all the time, and it's from unintended consequences. It doesn't mean that anybody meant to do anything wrong. It's just those unintended consequences. And if we are voting on bills that we have not read, we're going to continue to have unintended consequences, or it's a situation where they'll say maybe they'll fix it in the Senate. And I know you've probably heard people say
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. The chair would like to recognize the Coleman County Commission and a county administrator from Coleman County, Commissioner Kerry Watson, Commissioner Kelly Duke, County Administrator John Bullard, County Economic Development Matt Kirksland. Did y'all leave anybody in Coleman County today? The representative, their guests are Representative Shedd, Harbison, and Wadsworth. Let's give them a big hand. The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Representative Baker, and I know there's an amendment coming that will address some of this, and I'll speak with the sponsor or author of the amendment in a moment. I too agree. As the substitute was moving, but I had been able to kind of read through the legislation and put a better eye on the substitute. And I agree with my colleague who just spoke, because I shared with Representative Rogers as we were moving toward the vote that many of us are voting on a substitute, and no one had even gotten up and asked a question with regards to having an understanding before we even moved the substitute as to what was in it. So I agree with him, because there's a danger in doing just that, because of now the way the rules are. We can just add, to me now it's certainly like a bowl of soup or succotash or something. It's all mixed in. And you were here with me a few years ago when we had a bill that left this House that was an 8-page bill. And by the time we could blink an eye, the bill came back roughly about 30 something pages, and it almost set this House on fire. So I'm very cognizant of what my colleague just spoke about. But I also wanted to just make sure, if you would just kind of go back over. I understand the substitute. I have no problem with it. I will, again, I've spoken with the sponsor of that will bring the amendment. You know, I came in here this morning with the right spirit. I'm trying my best to be my best, as best I can. And, you know, folks talking to me with the hands, and, you know, you have to be careful with your hands because there are no children in this house. And the thing about hands, if somebody else starts talking back to you, it could be catastrophic. But with that being said, this ain't what you want. And I said it for the record. It really isn't. And I'm even with the facial gestures, I don't know if it's Botox that's needed or what. But whatever it is, you need to get you some help. So with that being the case, and I know that's how they do it when you head up 280. But with that being said, the bill itself, I want to be clear because there was a question, and I want to make sure, is this going to be all educators, regardless of secondary or post educators, whether they, as long as they are in the state school system? So I wanted to be clear because you all are striking, you struck the language where it starts the State Board of Education on page 2, State Board of Education as applied to the 2-year post-secondary education. And then you just left Board of Trustees of the Alabama Community College. So you went in and you struck that language, but I'm again, it's more just cleaning it up, the technical. I'm talking with my hands. Let me stop talking with my hands. Let me stop talking with my hands. I don't want to have my Botox moment. So I know I don't want to be squinting and my face to frown all up and look all wrinkled because my Botox is wearing off. So, and sometimes the designer look just don't do it for everybody, even though they think they do. It does. So let me be good. So I'm asking you, with regards to this, the state school board, I want to just make sure this is covering all of the education system, not state employees, because I guess to me, that's a slippery slope. If I'm a state, what distinguishes a state employee now? And is someone going to bring this bill? Because if that's the case, if you're basically creating a class of employees.
Do you want me to?
Yes.
I don't have enough knowledge base in regards to state employees, in regards to maternity leave, or in regards to sick leave and how it might be applied. So with that, it may be that this is a non-issue with state employees that does not need to be addressed. Then again, it could be something that might need to be addressed.
I think the issue would be how the state system handles sick leave, whether you're an employee of the school system or not. But we're creating something for a state entity, and I support the bill, but we're creating a special classification dealing with maternity leave for an employee that is deemed a state employee. Follow me on this, and it just hit me that is a state employee when we have state employees throughout all of these other departments, but we're not doing something to make it uniform. If someone should challenge this now, they have grounds to challenge. You know, I've said this before, and most of the time we've had to fight something in court. We've not been so successful, or we won in part or we lost in part. But the point is, we're creating now a special classification through this legislation just for adoptive parents who may, an individual that's an educator who just may be on either an adoptive parent or on the cusp of being an adoptive parent. So I just wanted to make sure that this applied to all state agencies. I know we can't address it now, but it's worthy of a conversation, because if I'm state employee B working over at state, at this particular department, and I have an adopted child or about to adopt a child, I would say, well, what makes me any different level of a state employee versus the educator? Educators, don't call me. I love my educators. Don't tweet me, don't text me. I'm here for you, please. But it begs a great question. So I'm hoping that someone will bring some legislation, because I think we need to create a level of uniformity with this type of legislation, because somebody's gonna run into that issue.
It might be, but once again, would make reference without knowing it may be a non-issue with state employees. You know that?
No, it's not. That's not the law. I've already checked. So if it was the law, then we wouldn't have to have this law, because it would already be enacted that you wouldn't be treated. You're a state employee, and educators are state employees regardless. So no, it's not already etched in stone and acted in and signed and scripted and everything.
I'm saying the application may not have arisen in the state employees then domain. So therefore, that's where that's been applied, or maybe.
No, well, hopefully you'll talk around with some of your Republican colleagues, and maybe somebody has something coming down the pipeline about this. Again, I think it's a good bill, but I do want to make sure, again, I represent these people every day, but also I'm also looking at, I'm a huge supporter of state employees. And I'm surprised that Mac did not call, and I'll call Mac myself to see whether or not, if there's anything that needs to be done, and maybe not. But like I said, I know this is an isolated situation. This is someone or a friend of a friend of a friend, and they asked you to bring this legislation, and that's how you all do down here. But I just wanted to be clear that we're setting a precedent now to create a special classification for an employee that's in the educational field, because you have other job descriptions in the state of Alabama. I just want to ensure that what we do for one class, that we do for all, because if not, that's how you end up in federal court. You'll end up here in the middle district, because someone will say they had been discriminated against, or you're treating one group differently from the way you're treating us.
I think that what we want is equal application for sick leave being awarded for children.
I got that. Again, it's still, regardless of however you coin it and it's gonna pass, you're now creating a special classification for that application for a particular employee group. And that group is a group of educators. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and I don't have to do, we are not friends and will not be friends to you. Got it, because we are friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Representative Warren from Macon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Baker for being amenable with me, because my main thing is I don't want us to pass something and somebody sees it out there and say, oh, if I go and adopt a child, I'm going to get 6 weeks.
You get something
Please.
extra.
Yeah, I just don't want that out there, because it can spread real fast the wrong way. So I have this amendment, and two copies. Let me have the other copy read.
Clerk will receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 103 by Representative Warren.
Representative Warren, explain the amendment.
Yes, the amendments replace line 93 on page 4 with the following: of 8 weeks or 320 consecutive hours, period. Nothing in this section shall permit an employee to take sick leave that he or she has not earned.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I do accept this as a friendly amendment. I think the intent is that there hopefully be a messaging with this language in there, that there not be someone that's thinking that they get something extra by being an adoptive parent.
Right. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question for the body is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. Opposed will vote no. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. 95 ayes, 0 nays, 4 abstentions. The amendment has been adopted.
Hey, look, let's see. I need to get you some big glasses up there. You need to see some light. I thought I needed some glasses last week. You need the glasses this week.
The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman, Neil.
Certainly.
So when I look at the fiscal note, I know the amendment that we just passed wanted to ensure that for whatever reason that there was no sick leave. If a person didn't have sick leave, they couldn't adopt. Basically, was
They
that?
would not receive anything beyond what they've earned. So by being an adoptive parent, that doesn't provide them any extra.
Right. So are we basing this on like the Family Medical Leave Act? How did this particular bill come about?
There was a education employee who had adopted 2 newborns.
Sure.
Which they were about maybe 2 to 3 years apart in the
Okay.
adoption process. On the first child, that education employee was permitted to use her sick leave for care of that newborn.
Okay.
On the second newborn that she adopted, she was denied use for sick leave.
She was denied.
She was denied on the premise that since this was not her biological child, that they would not then allow her to be awarded sick leave. So to me, there did not need to be any distinction or disparity between an adoptive or biological child. So that's the genesis of this legislation.
So do you know what system they were in that did this? Because I strongly.
I do, but I would not.
So my point is this: if that indeed did happen within that system, I'm a parent of an adopted child, and so when my daughter was adopted, of course she was at age 4. She wasn't a newborn, but I still took time off, and so it's hard for me to even imagine that someone say you can't have an opportunity to be off the care for the child or a child that's in your care, that they would make that kind of distinction.
I agree. I would think that there would not be any need for this bill, but there arose a situation. So with that and checking with the State Department, we felt like there needed to be clarity to specify that adoptive children were to be included.
It amazes me that that we would even be at this point of doing that in this time. And so, and whatever school system that is, I would tell people to think real strong and hard about whether or not they would work for this. No, I'm serious, because I think that that's unfair. So as we go over, if you would start with me on page 2 in terms of the changes that you've made.
You're referring to the committee substitute?
I have the substitute.
Okay.
Is that what you have?
I don't believe I have the substitute. I do have the language.
You know, you're the second person that came up here and did. Now we adopt a substitute, but you don't have the substitute to speak from.
Well, right.
Okay. So if you go to, no, I'm talking about last time. The last time we had, I had a discussion with the person that was responsible for the bill. They didn't have the substitute. Well,
I've got the language that was inserted on my bill here on the original.
All right. So look at line 31. On line 31, 32, and 33, you added the cyber school, right? That was in the original. I'm talking about.
Well, once again, what page?
Lines 31, 32, and 33. That's where you added the cyber school. That was in your original bill.
Oh, no. Yes, that was correct. That was in the original bill. This was cleanup language.
Exactly.
Nothing that I had offered. That was where the attorneys, they need to add things because there's been schools that weren't originally part of the network of educational institutions across the state.
What I'm trying to get to is what was the substitute? So if I go to the line 37, you added service agency as opposed to reference services on line 37.
That, once again, that was not my doings. That was the attorneys doing cleanup work with the language. So,
Okay, I'm just going through this. I'm
Right.
talking about what was the original bill and what the changes were of the bill, right? So then you get to line 40, the State Board of Education has applied to the 2-year, talking about post year. So instead of calling the State Board of Education, it becomes the Board of Trustees of Alabama Community School System.
right, correct.
All right. The same thing happens on lines 49 and 50. Am I correct?
Correct.
So instead of State Board of Education, we're referring to the Board of Trustees of it.
That's correct.
We go to line 54, then it refers, we're back to the cyber school, which was added. And then the legislative services. Yeah, that's on like, you're with me on 57 and 58?
Yes.
And what do we have there? The director that.
Once again, that's just still the cleanup language.
No, well, no, it's really not clean up. So it says the secretary of the Senate, these are the people that make up the Board of Trustees of the Clerk of the House, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Director of Legislative, and the Chief Executive Officers. These are persons that make up the Board of Trustees for post-secondary, right?
I didn't hear quite well enough on that.
When we look on the executive officers.
Well, once again, direct me to which line?
And when you look on number 3, the executive officers would be, these are lists of people that they consider executive officers. Superintendents of any school systems, all of these are depending on which board they're on, whether it's a board, the community college system, cyber school.
Right, so your question is, I mean, once again, these are cleanup languages things, whereas there was not a cyber school that existed, so this needed to be included, added in. Nothing that was part really of the legislation that I was trying to change on this, but that was just cleanup language. You mentioned about the Board of Trustees, that now became its own separate entity outside the state board, which, you know, there used to be both K-12 and 2-year under one board, and so this was cleanup language.
All right, so I'm good. All right, go to page 3. Now that is not cleanup language. Page 3, line 67. A child currently in the care. So this is
part of the language that I wanted included
exactly.
In the change. That's
child currently in the care or custody of the employer for which a petition for adoption has been filed.
That's correct.
That's
That's the language I wanted, yes.
78, line 78, attendance upon an adopted child who is 3 years or younger. That's your language.
Correct.
All right. I'm trying to learn this new system. Line 89, that language is language that was originally there, but dealt with reasons for taking sick leave. You're taking that totally, you remove that and says the employee may, as opposed to the employee shall be allowed and authorized. Okay. For any reason enumerated and defined in this section. And then, so, when I get down to the sick leave taken for the purpose of attending to an adopted child, that's all that's needed there. That's your language, right? That's line 91. Line 91.
Correct. That's my language. That's correct.
Okay. And so where the amendment came, it said nothing in this section shall indicate or something about the fact that sick leave is automatically granted. That was the amendment.
Correct.
Okay. All right, then when we get to lines at 98, you added may, that's your language. An employee may, as opposed to be shall be allowed to.
That was not the language that was actually mine. It was something that was that was included as the bill was being drafted, but it was something that I accepted.
Okay. So the 102, that was information that was already there and it's being removed. 102 and 112. Lines 102, 112 on page 114. The same is true for references service on page 5. All of this language is language that was removed, not your language, because your language is the blue language. Am I getting it?
Yeah.
All right.
Right, that's correct.
So I
Lady's
see-
time has expired.
All right, all right, I have one more thing. All right, thank you. I think I'm getting the gist of what this thing is, though.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
If it could be removed. Thank you. Just quickly, I did get clarification. I wanted to talk on the amendment. I said it like 4 times and I had my light on, so I just said to the chair, I know I needed to talk. I needed glasses last week, but he's gonna have to get him some real big glasses so he can start seeing that light to help him out. But the amendment did what? The amendment that was just offered.
Now, once again, they've taken the copy that I had. Ms.
So it
Representative
just
Moore
dealing
needed it,
with
but I can tell you what it
It's
did.
dealing with earned sick leave.
Excuse me?
Earned sick leave. I mean, they have to have earned sick leave.
Correct.
So that means they have to have earned all of the 8 weeks of sick leave.
If they're utilizing that, this not, essentially what it's saying that this does not award anything extra by being an adoptive parent. The amendment, it does not award any extra days, by being an adoptive parent.
Okay. I thought it meant, and that's why I wanted to get the clarity. I thought it meant they must use the earned sick leave, and that is okay. We're good. Okay, I think we're clear. I did get clarity on that because I could not remember as it relates to the state employees. So there's already a provision for other state employees, is my understanding. So that was good because I knew that would be problematic if we would be passed. It was going to pass anyway, but I knew it would be problematic if we were to pass it out. So I think.
So that was a non-issue after all then?
No, there's already a provision. I spoke with.
Thank you for checking.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So they're protected, and I think there's going to be some good legislation coming to further amend that particular act. Or section of the code as it relates to state employees is my understanding. But I did want to get that because, again, I didn't want there to be such a gap or discrepancy or disparity in between the state employees versus, what the educators. And again, I love my educators. We're not for a teacher. Even beyond my profession. So anything that we can do to help our educators, I'm 150% behind it. A lot has been taken from a lot of educators across the state of Alabama these last few years, especially those that are in a certain association such as AEA and others. From when I got here in 2010, and of course an attempt to take tenure from these hardworking educators and and that students first, again, it is a killer within itself, and allows for so much discretion on, by the school system, just within itself. So I'll just leave that alone. So I just wanted to make sure that, we weren't doing something, again, that would come back to haunt them that they could think that they could have, and then we end up in the middle district with a lawsuit. So, again, I've got a few seconds, so I'm just gonna talk about something, I guess, within the bill so I can make sure it's still germane. to the legislation. Who's the Senate sponsor of this bill?
So I'm sorry.
Who's the Senate sponsor? Are you doing this solo?
No, at this point in time then, Senator Andrew Jones has stated that he would love to be a sponsor of this bill. He's been involved with some adoption.
Has he
rights
already
bills.
dropped it in the Senate?
He has not.
You want to get your version out first, huh?
Well, I don't know if we actually had a Senate version traveling with this. It's not, it's where.
Well, I mean, if not, then you can get, I mean, it can easily be, sent to the Senate. I mean.
Well, but I had
and especially
different
because
ones.
you
I felt
have it,
like
in, you have it in a sub. It's in a substitute at this point. The bill is in a substitute at this point.
Correct.
So it can, but he's just going to carry it for you, or he's going to co-sponsor it and take it all the way through. Or you feel confident you can just move it by yourself?
Well, I intend to move it, within the House body here, or that's my intent, assuming that the House body then supports. As it goes to the Senate, I do intend to present the bill before the Senate committee.
So you're going to present everything in the Senate and then?
And then he will take it to the Senate floor, yes.
Okay, well, we got it. We good. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure about that, get the clarity on it. What else are you bringing this session?
What else?
What other legislation are you bringing?
Just have some scattered bills, not necessarily germane to this bill. So, I mean, I'd be offline. I'd be more than happy to share with you some of my other legislation that I have.
Oh, Lord, I know you got to do it offline. It's not good. I know that day is coming.
Well, I'm just trying to keep it pertinent to this bill. So.
I understand. Yeah, well, I mean, this bill is about to pass. I think I'm the last speaker on it. So, but I have to take my 10. We don't get much down here. I don't come here to sit down and look pretty. And, I come down here to go to work and do what I have to do and have a voice for the people. And I know that my folks are definitely listening somewhere. When I come to this microphone, so I have to make sure I serve that purpose. So I have to take all of my 10 because I don't have much down here I can give. But if I can come here and do my 10 for 10, and if I get an extra 10, I'm good. So that's it. Too far to drive, coming and going back, just to come here and hold a seat. So, as a matter of fact, I was just looking at the legislation. I had XLRY, the legislative services, to give me copies of all of the legislation, my single legislation that I've passed, as well as those that I've co-sponsored. And I didn't realize I had passed as many bills. But, that's when I was really, really jumping. But that I had passed as many bills. Some folks been down here. I'll just leave it at that. But anyway, yeah, I didn't realize I had passed this much, so I was quite pleasantly pleased that I was able to been able to successfully get great legislation, transformative legislation out, from the Uniform Sex Offender Act, Digital Assets Bill, the Right of Publicity Bill, just some of the legislation, the habitual offender and the domestic violence section of the code. I forgot all about that. But anyway, I appreciate this, helping out our good educators in the state of Alabama. You always do such a good job, Alan. And it's interesting because most of the bills, you always have some rough bills starting out the chute. So this will be your first time that's actually coming up with a good bill.
Well, thank you.
That's not combative, or that someone's just actually literally filibustering on the opposite side. So that's good. So that's progress.
Thank you.
I just know there's something else to come, but we'll brace for impact. We have to hold on around here. So we'll do our best to be our best. By the time I spray and sanitize, do my hands, my little few seconds will run out, and I'll take my seat. But this has been a good dialogue, and hopefully this bill will leave here just as we found it, at least a substitute. And hopefully you'll get this bill out in the Senate and we'll get it passed. And we can help all of the educators. And we'll maybe take an apple to them. By the way, the educator that you were sponsoring this bill for, is she a teacher or she works in some other educational capacity?
She's a teacher.
Okay. How long has she been a teacher?
That I don't know. I think it's been at least 10 years.
So she has tenure. She has tenure.
Correct.
Okay. And she's obviously been in the same position. Okay. Well, good job today, and hopefully we'll get it passed out of the House. I'll take this 10 seconds for my silence. This is my woosah moment.
Thank you so much.
The question for the body is final passage of HB 103. All those in favor will vote aye. All opposed, no. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 103 passes. Chairman Baker.
Thank you so much, members of the body. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if possible, then I would like to, if we could open it up for co-sponsors. There's been a request for that, if at all possible.
Okay. Chairman Baker has asked to open it up for co-sponsors. So clerk, if you unlock the machine, we'll record those votes. All in favor for co-sponsoring the bill, vote aye. Clerk, lock the machines. 91 co-sponsors. Congratulations, Chairman Baker. Good job.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, call the next bill on the regular order calendar.
On page 2 of the calendar, House Bill number 26 by Representative Standridge relating to boards of registrars.
Recognize Standridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill only affects Blount County. It only affects Blount County Board of Registrars. It has to be a general bill because it changes the general law in the state. So it has to be handled as a general bill. What it would do is presently the Blount County Board of Registrars can meet a maximum of 168 working days. And what this bill would do would change that maximum to 207 working days. And so it would extend it from 168 to 207 working days for the Board of Registrars in Blount County only. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to adopt the BIR.
All in favor? All right. Unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk, lock the machine. I'm going to lock the machine and BR, it's adopted. Yeah, thanks. That would be nice.
I move for final passage.
Clerk, unlock the machine. Members will vote. All members voted. Clerk, lock the machine. Bill passes 79. 1 no vote and 25 abstentions. Bill's given a favor report.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the body.
Clerk, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 41 by Representative Reynolds relating to the retirement systems.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House members, House Bill 41 is a workforce recruitment bill. It's the post-retirement return to work It's the RSA salary cap, raising it from 37,000 to 52,000. And literally, I think every state agency in Alabama has called in support of this bill. It's a lack of applicants to fill our vacancies for our state agencies, but this also is extended to our teachers and our public employees in your municipalities, in your counties, in your schools within your district. We certainly hope that this is a temporary problem. So we went ahead and we're working on the bill, and we put a sunset for December of 2027. And I will say there are a few in opposition publicly about this bill, and what they're saying is the reason they don't like this bill is because they want full-time employees to fill those vacancies. I agree with them. I want full-time employees too, but we're not getting them to the workforce. So this is a temporary fix. It's bringing back a lot of talent that we, quite frankly, have paid to train them with public dollars, and it's about recruiting them back to the workforce. So if there's any questions, Mr. Chair, call for BR.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Jefferson, Javan. First speaker on the BR.
Help me understand this bill just one more time. You mentioned that someone had an issue or some concern with something. Give me the clarity on this bill. I have not, I'll be honest, I have not perused this bill.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get some understanding as to what this bill does.
Sure. And this, we passed this bill last year in the House, and it has not changed any at all. But it's about recruiting our retired employees in the state of Alabama back to fill vacancies.
I might have supported. I know I voted yes. I believe. I thought you got pretty high numbers on the vote count.
It was overwhelming here.
Yeah.
It got held up in the Senate.
Yeah, it was about trying to recruit and make sure we can maintain, and especially with, was it law enforcement where there were
Well, law
gaps?
enforcement, certainly, I think last year I commented about, and this is a way to bring school resource officers back into our schools.
Yeah, I remember it now, bringing it back to my remembrance. I'm like, okay, I got to try to see, just try to remember what it was about. So it just got stalled up in the Senate.
It did.
Did you move it out of committee in the Senate?
It did not. It's in the Senate version is in committee now, and it was held over. I'm trying to work with
Is your version and the Senate version the same?
It is.
Identical?
It is.
Who's the Senate sponsor?
Sam Gavan.
Okay, Senator Gavan. Okay. All right, yeah, I remember this bill. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I supported it, and I think I spoke on this bill
I think you did, yes, ma'am.
last year. Yeah, okay, well, hopefully it'll get out. And it does, but tell me exactly what does it do in the retirement system?
So currently, a retiree, a participant in RSA, if you return to an agency that it also participates in RSA, you have a cap of currently $37,000. When the bill was first passed, it was $30,000, but over the years it has been increased based on the index, and it's currently at $37,000. This legislation will take it to $52,000. And what's important to know is this is not a mandate. This doesn't mean that every retiree that's working for a local agency or state agency, if this bill passes, they don't go to $52,000. The department head will decide that on a case-by-case basis based on the personnel budget they have.
Okay, so it will be based upon agency to agency.
It would be depending on the job classification.
And okay, I got it. Okay. So then that actually creates a mechanism where you can see the needs within the various departments and agencies. Am I correct?
That's right, based on their existing vacancies.
Okay. Have we factored in attrition? So how does those issues relative to attrition?
Well, again, in every case, these agencies are going to try to fill those full-time positions. But right now, with the lack of available workforce, there's still going to be vacancies. And if they want to go out there and recruit a retiree and they need to escalate that cost, then they can now do this up to $52,000.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, hopefully it will get out. I'm just gonna go back and read it. I try not to come up here unless I've at least read over the bill or perused it in some kind of way. And I just did not do that for this particular piece of legislation. So I don't want to miss too much. And then I'm here making these comments and then bill goes bust. And then again, I remembered and I just couldn't remember why it didn't get out the House, out the Senate last year, because I remember when you brought it, it was one of those bills that we carried up front and got out the chute.
We did.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't have any opposition?
Well, I do. I mean, publicly, there's been some comments made against the bill again.
So what is the opposition of the bill?
Well, as I stated, their concern is that they want to fill those vacancies with full-time employees that would be contributing to RSA. I want the same thing, but we're not getting that. We've got a lot of vacancies.
For one thing, it's hard to get it.
It is.
It's extremely hard. And my thing is, I see it in not just with the state, but in other, in municipalities. The worst, one of the things, well, I won't comment on that, but I was going to say that sometimes you see where these municipalities become so broken when their law enforcement retires and leaves and go from place to place to place, instead of having a mechanism where they can maintain as many of the retired. I'm just using them as an example.
That's right.
But, and this is a little slightly different, but I think we need a mechanism where we can maintain those employees that are retired, educators, retired employees. They have been fully trained.
Sure.
They would be doing nothing but either going somewhere else anyway. So we could actually be utilizing their talents and maintaining them in our work pool here in the state of Alabama.
Well, that's exactly right. They could leave and go across the Georgia line, go to a public agency, and there'd be no cap.
And no cap.
And I say retain those families.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I talk with the retirees all the time, and I know I'll get some kickback from this. I have a lot of support from those retirees that are state employees, and I'm not saying that I'm not supporting them, but I do see the rationale behind this piece of legislation, and I think it's well warranted to do that, because again, at this point, we need to do whatever we can do to maintain not only the employees, the full-time employees, but to bring in as many of the retired employees that we have that are just dangling out there, and bring them in.
That's right.
Yeah, I think, I think that's an excellent point. But I'll get a chance, hopefully, to review the legislation, and if I have any more edits, or have any more thoughts on it or whatever, if I see anything, I think one of the pages just brought me a copy of it back just to kind of go through it. But I'm trying to do enough to go through to make sure that I'm doing what I need to do, so my people can hear me when these issues come up. Just like I was talking then, there were folks listening to me, and they were calling in, making comments, and making sure that, either I had the answers, the facts, or that their voice was represented. And I'm most appreciative of that. So I'll do the same. And this bill would take effect when?
Yeah, upon passing by the governor, signing by the governor, and passing in both houses.
But one thing I do want to know, will there be any recruiting efforts? What will be the recruiting efforts? And I think that was one of the questions I had the last time, because we can put the system in place, but who's going to be recruiting, and what mechanism are we going to use as a draw for these state employees?
Well, I certainly hope there are recruitment efforts among all of our state agencies, and as well as our public agencies, and particularly with the trying times and lack of available workforce. I'm sure everybody is expediting their recruitment in their areas.
And that would be based upon, because I really still to this day, I have to say I'm guilty of this one thing. I still really don't even know how the personnel systems are really structured here in the state. You know, is it department by department? I know we have our retirement system. I mean, of course, I know the retirement system. Everybody knows the retirement system, but I don't know what the structures of, you know, how all of that works throughout our different interagencies and things of that nature. And that's something I guess I need to take time after 12 years to get clarity on. But I certainly hope that you're not just passing this bill and then the bill sits out there and you have those one or two folks that take advantage of it. I'm hoping that this can be a recruiting mechanism to maintain those employees just as the bill is intended to do. Lastly, you said that you had one or two criticisms. What was one or two others? Because my time is about to wrap.
Well, again, they felt like these positions, we need to be recruiting full-time employees that would be contributing to the RSA. And I certainly want the same thing, but right now that workforce is not available, and this is a very good stopgate. And like I say, we've sunset it in 2027, so we can monitor the.
So you get a chance
that
to
works.
monitor it. Okay, so it's sunset 2027.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get a chance. Okay, well that's not bad.
And I don't think it's going to hurt our existing workforce because we got a 90-day separation in this bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, the question is adoption of the BR. If the clerk unlock the machines, members vote.
Oh, vote me.
Clerk, oh yeah, I need to go, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, lock the machine. BR passes 104.
If there's no further questions, Mr. Chair, I'll call for final passage.
Final passage. Clerk, unlock the machine. Members will vote. All members voted. Clerk, lock the machine. Bill's given a favorable report, 104.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members.
Congratulations. Thanks. Clerk, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 57 by Representative Lee relating to circuit clerks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals with circuit clerks and increase in their starting salary and the range of their salary. There's been no adjustment for them for the last 24 years. And over the last 5 years, we've adjusted judicial assistants, court reporters, court specialists, juvenile probation officers, and including the judges. This will raise their pay grade from 84 to 86. It will not take effect until after the next time they run in year 2025. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Did we not pass this bill? It passed out the House?
No,
This is not the
we
same.
did circuit clerks.
We
I
did-
mean, court reporters.
Court reporters. I was like, I thought we just passed this bill out of it, so it was court.
Yep.
Because who carried that court reporter bill?
I did.
You did? Okay. Okay, that's what I was like. I thought we passed, so it was court reporters.
Right.
And is this bill doing the same thing?
It's adjusting the pay grade, starts where they started 84 pay grade, now it starts at pay grade 86.
Okay, so they would start now.
Presently, they're at 84. In 2025, once they take office after they've run, they start at pay grade 86.
Okay, I got it. Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear as to whether or not we would, that we had passed it. I just remembered it, so it was Okay, court reporter.
Court reporter.
Yeah, that was a good bill that year for them.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. Mr. Lee, now you putting a salary increase for circuit clerks.
Correct.
Now you got 67 counties. Am I right?
Correct.
And you got small rural counties, and you got large counties, and everybody was making the same amount. Is that fair?
Well, they start out at the same amount. If the longer they're there, they get an increase every year.
All right.
And they know what they're making when they run for office.
This will make them run.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
All right, the question is adoption of the BR. Clerk unlock the vote, members will vote. Unlock the machine, members will vote. Clerk lock the machine. Bill's given in favor, BR's favor report, 103.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Question is final passage. Clerk unlock the machine, members will vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk lock the machine. Bill passes 103.
Okay, I would ask that they be open for co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors?
Yes, sir.
All right. Question is, co-sponsors, if you want to co-sponsor the bill, vote aye. Clerk unlock the machine. All the members voted. Clerk lock the machine. Co-sponsors 83. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body. Thank you.
Clerk call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 66 by Representative Lovern relating to the retirement systems of Alabama.
Representative Lovern, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 66 is identical to some legislation that this body passed unanimously last year, and I appreciate that consideration. All this bill does is for our fire, police, and some correctional personnel. Prior to 2001, they earned hazard duty time that is added to their retirement. And this just allows these members that are looking to retirement to be able to go past that date to buy the time they've already earned back. So it's nothing additional beyond the time that they've already earned. And if no other questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for BIR.
There is one member, Representative Mooney from Shelby. You're recognized.
Representative Lovern, I want to thank you for bringing it. We recently have had another situation in our county where we've lost hazardous duty type people. We had an emergency crash of one of our rescue helicopters. We've had fires that have caused a number of problems, and there's no way we can do anything to take care of what happens when these people who give their lives in the service of all of us to protect us and they lose their lives. I mean, we're seeing it everywhere, so thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Question is the adoption of the BR. All members, the clerk unlock the machine, the members will vote. Sorry about that. All the members voted. Clerk lock the machine. BR is 102. BR is given a favor report. Representative Lovett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no further questions, move for final passage.
Question is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Everybody has voted. Clerk lock the machine. Bill passes 104. Unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Clerk called next bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 68 by Representative Shedd relating to state employee travel expenses.
Chair recognizes Representative Shedd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation would just make a change at the Department of Economic and Community Affairs on the reimbursing expenses for travel from the per diem to actual expenses if approved by the director or the governor, the finance director. So, Mr. Speaker, for no questions, I ask for BR.
The lady from Macon, Representative Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I see what you're trying to do, and I think you're trying to do it because they stay on the road a lot. Why are you separating ADECA from all state employees?
Well, the Department of the ADECA employees oftentimes are asked to be at the table when a major industrial development project, economic development project is being worked on, and sometimes those are more expensive. It's really unfair to that state employee to have to go and overnight travel at a location that's more expensive than other places and have to pay the difference out of their pocket. So that's one of the reasons for it.
Like I said, I retired from commerce, and before I got there, the job I had, I was on the road every day. I lost a whole lot of money because I don't stay in them cheap hotels. I got to make sure whatever hotel I stay in is a decent hotel for me. And if you talk to state employees outside of ADECA, commerce, it's commerce. Yeah, commerce you did. Outside of commerce, they will tell you the same thing. And I'm being honest with you, Representative Shedd, plenty state employees have bad credit now because they have to wait on the state to pay them so they can pay their credit cards. It's a big problem.
It is.
It's a big problem. And like I said, if we're going to do it for one department, I just feel as though we need to do it across, because just because they're doing it, recruiting, there are other jobs out there that demand people be on the road every day. And I just, it's just that's the only thing. I think you should have made it broader than just one department.
I understand what you're saying, and let me just say this. It is being worked on for us to do that very thing that you're talking about. So I think something will be coming soon to address what you're talking about.
Thank you.
And I think that's going to be from
like I said, I'll tell you. I mean,
I understand.
You had to you have $2,000-3,000 worth of bills every month, and then you got to wait another month or sometime another month before you can pay those bills.
Right.
It gives a lot of state employees bad credit ratings. I'm here to tell you.
Difficult for them, sure. does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Question for the body is the passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. All the members voted. 97 ayes, 0 nays. BR is passed. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I move for final passage.
Questions, final passage on HB 68. Clerk will unlock the machines, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays, 4 abstention. HB 68 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 5 of the calendar, House Bill number 60 by Representative Ellis relating to the Alabama Department of Insurance.
Representative Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, House Bill 60, under current law, insurance producers, independent adjusters, and title insurance agents are required to take a pre-licensure course prior to taking their state exam. Alabama is one of 24 states that still has this requirement. Several have dropped it in the last few years. This bill would drop the requirement to take the course. They would still have to sit for the exam. They just wouldn't have to take the pre-licensure course. The other states have dropped it, have shown no indication that that affects the pass-fail rate at all. And this would also remove service representative licensure, which there's only 25 or so of those left in the state. So with that brief explanation, Mr. Speaker, I call for the adoption of the BIR.
Questions of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Ellis.
If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I call for final passage.
The question is final passage of HB 60. Clerk unlock the machines, record the votes. Clerk lock the machines, record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 60 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 5 of the calendar, House Bill number 3 by Representative Hollis relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3 is not new to the House. We passed it before, but we ran out of time upstairs. But what this bill does is that it prohibits smoking and vaping in motor vehicles with kids that's 14 years and younger. And it's a bill that's gonna help our kids from being exposed to secondhand smoke associated with respiratory infections, middle ear disease, delayed lung growth, and more severe asthma. So if there's no one to speak, I ask for the BRR to be passed.
Question is the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines. Members will vote.
It was an amendment that changed from 1901 to 2022 because they updated the Constitution.
All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 95 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BR passes.
Okay.
Representative Hollis.
Okay. Is there's no further for final passage? I'm all confused of him.
The chair would like to recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, will you yield?
Sure.
And I appreciate what you're trying to do with this. But when you live in an area like I do where the state nor the federal government has done anything, all the things you said that this would protect children from, we get double dosages every day. We have some of the highest rates of asthmatic children in this country because we have breathed in all of the hazardous chemicals from the different manufacturing companies in North Birmingham. You see how I sound. Even with that, we let recycling plants come into the neighborhoods that's recycling old missile silos from the military that you don't even know the types of chemicals that are in there. So we keep asthma problems, we keep lung condition, heart conditions because of that situation. I just want to say I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I want the body to understand that we got a bigger problems that's existing in our communities. We have trains that come through the community with all types of hazardous and carcinogens in those train cars that we're exposed to in the air. And unless with the lack of response in most cases by ADM and EPA that don't monitor the companies, we get leaks in most of these companies that just driving down the street, we're exposed to benzenes and other hazardous chemicals on a daily basis. And this will be the help, but I just want to have this opportunity to make the body aware of what people are suffering throughout this state. People that live in Shelby County, and I've never seen them put a stigma on them because the dust from cement plants is becoming one of the #1 lung killers of people in this country. But we don't do anything about it. And those of us that live in Birmingham, because Shelby County is uphill from us and we're in a cup, we have to inhale all of that cement dust also. But to say that this is a start at looking at some of the problems that people face, but we've got bigger problems. And at some point in time, we got to have the will and the desire to want to look out for the health of all of us in this state. A healthy state is a much better state. And I think that if we're healthier in the state of Alabama, we could grow Alabama because more health-friendly businesses would move in. But it's a good start on this, but it's just an opportunity for me to let our people know, Mr. Speaker, it's an opportunity for me to let us know as a body, we've got larger pollution problems that are out there that are killing people every day. Just wanted to pass that on, you know.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson from Baldwin.
Time to stall, not your bill for bill. I'm not stalling, I'm here to get it, I'm with you. Just understand that. Ask questions.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Would the lady yield?
Yes.
Can you talk about this for a little bit? Tell me what I know we've worked on this bill for years. What was the procedure that you went through in the past to go through this?
Well, it's been 7 years this year since I've worked on this bill, and I've talked to everybody. And the process is getting people behind you, to support the bill, like the American Heart Association and others. And also, letting the people know the danger of this secondhand smoke with our children. So basically what we're doing is trying to save the kids. And you asked for the process, which went through the regular process of, going through the committee and signing the sheet and going to the rules committee and getting it on the calendar. So here we are.
So would this matter, like, as long as anyone has a cigarette and or a vaping device, then that would be punishable for what we're looking through here, right?
Absolutely.
Does it matter if the windows are up or down?
Well, it really doesn't matter if the windows are up and down. You're still in a compact vehicle. Yeah.
Is there an age limit in the bill of what you're looking at?
Yes, 14 years and younger.
Okay. Is
You know,
there?
they don't, kids at that age do not really have a choice. You and I have a choice to get out of the car.
Right.
They do not.
And this covers children that are in the back seat as well, back and
Back
front?
seat, front seat, in the vehicle, period.
Inside the vehicle,
Inside
period?
the vehicle,
Okay.
riding on top of the
If the vehicle is stopped, does that matter?
Yeah.
Meaning, like, if you're in a parking lot, and so if you're in a parking lot and you're smoking out the window of a car and you got a kid in the back and the window's down, does that matter?
Yeah, it does matter because you're still in the vehicle.
No, I mean, but that would still be prosecuted under this
Right.
law, is what I say when that matters. Okay. If you have the door ajar, if the door is open, is that still prosecutable, or what do you?
You still have that secondhand smoke, and I don't know if you've been in a car that a smoker owned, or it's hard to get that smell out of it. And so basically what we're trying to do is just protect our children from, all these type of severe asthma and middle ear disease and respiratory infection and all that stuff that make it takes advantage of the respiratory immune system, the nervous system. It can affect a lot in the little bodies.
Does vaping have the same carcinogens as cigarette smoke?
It's different, but it still can have an effect.
What type of effect will that have?
Well, it's still secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke is secondhand smoke.
What's the difference in, is there a difference between the smoke of a vape versus the smoke of a cigarette?
I would say yes, but still smoke is smoke. It's so many different types of flavors of vaping, and sometimes it doesn't have a smell, but it's still smoke.
And I know this body and you and Representative Drummond and Representative Stringer, I know fighting vaping has been a big issue in this body for quite some time, and we really have a lot more that we need to do to fight vaping.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, Representative Drummond added vaping.
When you have vaping issues, when you have a child that's in contact with the vape that goes through, a lot of the situation becomes that it's not just what you can buy from the store, and you don't know what's in the vape. You don't know if it's, there's illegal drugs in the vape. You don't know if it's fentanyl. You don't know if it's marijuana. You don't know what's going through there.
Yeah, it could become dangerous. Yeah, I had a girlfriend of mine, her son, thought he was buying a certain type of vaping and it was the wrong vaping, whatever was in it. So it caused him to have a lot of issues, and
How old was he?
he's in his mid-20s.
Is he really?
Yeah.
And all that from the issues from
Yeah.
a vape that he
Yeah,
had?
because it was whatever that was in the vaping.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now, was that a vape that he was in the car smoking, or was that a vape that he used himself?
I'm not sure where he was when he was.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
When
And basically what we're doing is just, another process of keeping our children, safe and healthy.
this is a $100 fine for each violation, is that $100 for each kid in the car?
No, not exceeding $100 for each violation.
Okay. So is that for each child in the car? So let's say you have 3 kids in the car. Is that going to be $300, or is
No,
that
it's up to that $100.
it would just be
Yeah.
just one?
We're not exceeding.
Okay. So it could be less than the $100. Okay. When you went through this process, this went through public safety, right?
It did.
Is that the same? Because it's gone through different committees over the time that you've had this bill for 7 years, hasn't it?
I want to say it have. I can't remember.
I feel like
'Cause
it was on judiciary at one point.
It was.
I
It
thought
was.
it was on
Yeah,
judiciary.
it sure was.
Okay.
It was. It was.
I'm going to use the phrase of my friend, Representative Rogers. I love your bill. I'm not trying to kill your bill at all. I'm just working with you to try to go through some of the issues here of what we have. I think I want to commend you for doing a tremendous job to protect children. I think this bill is much needed as we go through in situations where we don't know. Vaping is the new smoking. We went through a process of people didn't know how dangerous cigarettes were. People didn't know how much secondhand smoke could cause damage to children's lungs, and people that are undeveloped and they don't know if they have asthma. They don't know what they're going through. They don't know what their physical ailments are because they're so young. So as we go through that process, I want to thank you and commend you for bringing this bill, and thank you for your fight, because this is 7 years. This is a long time coming. Do you have a Senate sponsor?
I do.
Who's going to be the Senate sponsor?
Actually, they called and asked me if they could carry it in the Senate.
Oh, that's good.
They did.
Do you want to say their name or no?
Well, Senator Vivian Figures.
Senator Figures. That's my senator from down home our way. So that's wonderful. I know she cares very much about children and the welfare of children, and this is very much right on track for what she has. I know vaping is a serious problem in our area. I know vaping with what's going on, with what's in our communities anymore, we have to address vaping, and we have to address cigarette smoke, and there's more to it. Now, will this include marijuana smoke as well?
No.
Wait, hold on. So you could smoke marijuana with kids in the car, but you couldn't smoke cigarettes with
Right
kids in
now, I'm
the car?
talking about cigarettes and vaping.
Would you be amenable to an amendment to allow marijuana?
Why don't we just go ahead and make that legal?
Well, you pretty much, so you're saying that if I'm driving in a car,
Well, we can also do a bill when it becomes legal.
I'll be against that one too now.
But that'd be a good bill for you to write.
But so you have a bill where if you are smoking marijuana in the car, you're okay. But if you're smoking a vape in the car, you're not okay. You get charged.
No, that's not what I said at all. I said we should make it legal.
No, but my question is, in your bill, if
It
you
talks about tobacco and vaping.
okay, so your bill doesn't touch marijuana. So
It
if
does
somebody
not.
is driving around the streets with marijuana and smoking marijuana, they would not be violation of your bill. But if somebody was having a vaping,
Well, I'm pretty
then
sure if they would stop, it'll be a violation because it's not legal. That's why we want it to be legal.
That's why. But if it was legal, then you would allow marijuana smoking to be in the car. Cigarettes are legal. Vaping is legal. But you would be okay with having.
If marijuana was legal, yeah, I would add it. But
You
it's
would
not
add
legal.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, but because marijuana is not legal, that's why you have not added it.
Right.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where we're going through this. I do want to thank you for doing such a tremendous job on this bill and the fight that you put forward and everything that you're going. And I really do commend you on the effort through this. I hope this bill passes today in the House, and I hope it comes through the Senate. And I really do think you should be celebrated for doing what you've done on this bill so much.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And I know when you get a bill, you sink your teeth into it. You fight as hard as you possibly can. And I do respect the mess out of you for that. So I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate your camaraderie. And I appreciate being able to have the time here to discuss this bill is what we have.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan.
Had nothing to do with you. Just worried about the dog. So try to kill some time.
My issues with this legislation would be the same as it was a few years ago. So nothing has changed. I have concerns. I'm not here to try to do anything to kill or block the legislation. I do have concerns with the bill, as I would have with legislation dealing with for instance, Representative K.L. Brown's bill with any handheld device, making sure we're not creating a mechanism for our people, especially in the African-American Black community. There are so many issues with folks being stopped, some with probable cause, but a lot of times they're stopped with non-probable cause. Broken tail light sometimes, of course, that would be probable cause, things of that nature. But what I don't want to create, and I've gotten calls about this, and there were concerns the last time about your bill. And again, my issues are still the same, but I have a job to do for the people that I represent, just as you have a job to do for the people that you represent, and as well as to try to pass your bill out. It's been 7 years, and hopefully you can get it out. I've not worked on a bill or had calls to work on one particular bill for 7 years. So I can't say I know what that looks like or feels like, but I wish you well in your efforts. The age of 14, how did you get to that particular number? I was trying to listen intently to see your response. I don't know if that question was asked, but how did you get to the magic number of age 14?
Because at 15, you get your driver's permit, and then at 16, you're able to drive.
What's 14? Okay.
I don't think, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I was asked to yield.
I don't have to ask you to yield.
Okay.
When I come up here, if I'm gonna come the correct way. I don't have to ask you to yield. But I did come to ask a particular question. And when we come here, I'm not here to kill your bill. I'm simply here to ask a question. So my question was just a simple question, and that was, how did you get to age 14?
I answered that question.
Well, you really
I
didn't.
answered it.
Okay, I didn't hear your response, but I'm just simply trying to ask a question. Again, these questions are no different from the questions that I had pertaining to this bill in years past. It's been some time, and I feel that I do have the right to ask a question, and these are just simple questions that need to be fielded. This bill addresses all tobacco products, nicotine, anything that has nicotine in it. And I guess my question also, since we're addressing the vaping issue, is the information with regards that was asked to the vaping. And I guess because I don't vape, but I see a lot of my friends do vape, is there smoke that comes from every vape that you have in your hand? Because sometimes I see a lot of people just holding the vapes. So if, for instance, if someone is just driving, and this is a question, legitimate question that I did receive. So if someone's just holding a vape and they should be stopped by the police, by law enforcement, could they be charged with some crime or offense under this act? Maybe that's why the bill hadn't gotten out in 7 years, because we can't get a response. I'm just trying to simply get one response out, and these are legitimate questions. So the next question that I had relative to the bill was simply whether or not, and I can just talk about the bill. My concerns about this piece of legislation is simple. I want to make sure we're not creating any type of legislation. And again, I'm not here to kill the bill or attempt to. I'm simply here to ask the question. I did not know the bill was coming up. Had I known, I would have found a way to ask the question. But since it's on the debate floor, I just want to make sure we're not creating a mechanism, whether we're holding a vape in our hands, that someone could be stopped. And that's a very legitimate question when we begin to craft this type of legislation. Someone is stopped, they see the vape could have just been put out, there could be smoke coming from the vape. Could they be charged with the offense? And those are the concerns that I have, and that is a very legitimate concern relative to this particular issue. I also just simply wanted a question answered relative to child under the age of 14. And I think the sponsor intimated, for those who may be listening at home, that, and I didn't really understand the response, that a child that starts to drive or get a permit when they 15, so I guess that's how that particular number came up. And then lastly, my concern, just simply wanted to know or get clarity on the situation with the windows, whether the motor vehicle is in the motion or at rest. And that was another concern, that you could actually be sitting somewhere and be charged with a penalty even if the vehicle is not in motion. So those were just the simple things that I just simply wanted a response to take back to those constituents that have asked me that. And so I would assume, based upon this, after reading page 2, section 50, line 52, section 2, and it specifically states that the section applies to all motor vehicles, and whether or not the vehicle is in motion or at rest, or whether the windows of the vehicle are open or closed. So I think that answers the question. So for those of you all who are listening, if you are parked in a parked vehicle, you can be charged with a penalty or offense for vaping or smoking in a vehicle. So this does not just have to do with a car that is in motion or in interstate commerce. And I think those are very legitimate questions that were posed with regards to the legislation. And again, it was not the intent to come here in an effort to kill the bill or stop the bill. I feel with the sponsors, especially in the Senate, this bill will get out. I think even with the last vaping bill we had, I had questions of the sponsor, and that bill successfully passed, if I'm not mistaken, probably 2 years ago. And I think that same sponsor or that sponsor asks the Senate sponsor or the person, same senator in the Senate, to assist with getting that piece of legislation out. And so again, for those that are listening, those were the concerns that I was asked about. And I too agree with Representative Moore with some of the concerns that she has. I'm not a smoker, and I don't like smoking my vehicles, regardless if it's marijuana, tobacco products, cigarettes, or vaping. So again, I have no dog in the fight, but again, I do want to make sure that we're not entering into a realm where there are unintended consequences, or that something happens again with someone either holding the vape or the vape is in the hands of a person and then the vehicle just sits there. So that's about it for me. So I'm going to take my 1 minute and 9 seconds, and I'm going to stand here and I'm going to continue to do as I've been doing all day and let my time run out as I've been doing. and enjoy the rest of my evening, and get back to doing some of those other things as we move about this in this here particular session, as we move about, and understanding the procedures that when you come into this well of what to do and what not to do. So I'm good with that. So my time was, I think I have 32 seconds, 31 seconds. And I think I did my just due in getting clarity on the legislation that was brought forth. And being able to answer my own questions and getting the right response. And silence is bliss.
The chair recognizes a lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, I got up to applaud you on this bill because you've done something that I think we all need to follow your suit, because I was one of the ones that was sitting there fighting to have vaping as a part of this, because I will have more vaping legislation coming at a later date. But you know, you have to ask yourself, and I know that you've done this, what is more important? Is it a cigarette or a vape device or our children?
Our children.
And see, you're looking out for the welfare of our children. Somebody asked you a question, and I have studied this vaping for probably now 8 years. And vaping is not physically as bad. I mean, I'm sorry, cigarettes is bad, worse, because it has over 7,000 toxins. But we don't know what vape has in it. It's got all kinds. I think one of the representatives talked about fentanyl, formaldehyde. I mean, it's all kinds of chemicals that are in there. So I stood to just applaud you, because anytime this body can go and address the welfare of our young people to prevent them from having bad habits. And these are things, it's not just a bad habit anymore. Vaping is killing our children. So I stood to say this is a good piece of legislation, and you have worked with everybody on it. So I just want to thank you. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
The question now is final passage of HB 3. Clerk will unlock machines. Members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 84 ayes, 15 nays. HB 3 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members.
Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 8 with substitute by Representative Wood R relating to motor vehicles.
Representative Wood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. House Bill 8 is under existing law, a person is prohibited from using a wireless telecommunication device to write, send, or read a text-based communication while operating a motor vehicle. With exception, this bill would prohibit a person from watching, viewing, recording, or capturing a photograph on video while operating a motor vehicle. Prohibit a person from physically holding a wireless telecommunication. We were just talking about that a while ago. And it prohibits them from holding a wireless communication device while operating a motor vehicle and would prohibit a person from engaging in a voice-based communication while operating a motor vehicle. With the exception of this prohibition, the bill would further provide a comprehensive list of circumstances under which the prohibition of this bill would not apply. This bill would provide that when a person is first charged with a violation, the trial court may dismiss the charge upon proof that the person obtained a device to enable substantially hands-free but voice-based technology. This is in the first original bill. As everyone knows, this is basically the same bill that K.L. Brown had. And he couldn't get it passed, but we thought we better come back with it again because this bill here, it saves lives. And I'm gonna tell you something, folks. All of us in here are not immune to something happen and lose our life. So we need to make sure we do everything humanly possible for our kids and our grandkids, whatever the case may be. If there's not any further questions, also, I got a substitute when we get to BR, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I think the questions will be BR first. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Coleman, Representative Shedd. First Perkins will be speaking on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for bringing this legislation. We really have, with distracted driving in our country, but certainly in our state, with distracted driving is an epidemic. I know that when years ago when seat belts were passed, it was a lot of people thought didn't need to do that because we need to have our own free will and that sort of thing. But I think it's been proven that saved a lot of lives. And I think this distracted driving bill will save lives in the future. You won't hear me use the term beg at this microphone probably ever again. But ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to support this bill today. This little lady right here, Leah Grace Tarvin, 22 years old, died at Jacksonville State University last November, walking across a marked crosswalk. And on the back, the life that she led, the talent that she had, that was destroyed. Not only her life was destroyed, but the person that was involved in the accident as well. And the family. I'm thankful that I voted last time this bill came up for it, because had I voted against this bill, I'm not sure I could have faced this family. And I've met with them, and we've shared experiences of it, and it's just been a heartbreaker knowing that. That could happen to us walking across a crosswalk here at the State House because of the distracted driving that we have. It's just an epidemic. So I beg you to vote for this bill. This is just as one individual legislator, not as any titles or whatever. Just as one individual legislator, I beg you to vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair recognizes the gentleman Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
You came over and we talked about this bill for a few minutes, and you asked me to begin taking a look at it.
Correct.
I didn't know it was going to be coming up this early, you know, if I had known that, I might have started filibustering the other bills, and you know, but hey,
Don't do me like
here,
that.
here we are, right here, and you know, if you notice, I didn't vote on the last bill, and I'm trying to be consistent in terms of what I do and why I do it. This bill, the first thing I noticed, I agree that we, having been in the insurance business for 30-some years, I understand that, you know, this type of driving and this type of behavior is something that really kills people. So we're in total agreement there. But I'm also one that understands as we begin to pass these laws, when you are looking at young people and immediately putting bills, you know, putting points on their license, because I thought there was going to be some sort of warning system beforehand, but as I read the bill, I saw the first thing we're going to do. If you get one violation, we're going to put 2 points on your license. If you get another violation within that 24-month period, that's 2 additional points. So that's 4 points, and over a 36-month period, you know, you can only get up to 12 points, okay?
Correct.
And I hate to tell you, but I was one of those people that didn't quite drive right when I was a lot younger. And I got mighty close to that 12 points. So, but, you know, God was real good. He took care of this food. But, you know, I don't know that I want to be voting for something that's going to immediately put people that have the immaturity that I had at that time, gonna have them in positions where they could be losing the license, because as people lose their license, the only thing they are going to do is continue to drive. That's the problem. The other thing is this a secondary violation or is it a primary violation?
Secondary.
It'll be a secondary
And
violation.
I think if you read that thing closer, it'll say it's a warning the first time.
Okay, I just began reading it after you and I talked, and
Right.
it's a pretty long bill, so
Believe me, I know.
I hadn't gotten all the way down there because I honestly thought I'd have time to read it. Okay, well that makes it a lot better. I do think we have some issues with how, in my community, how secondary, that law enforcement understands secondary violations. I want to make sure of that, because that can be another problem. We can create another problem that can be a very big problem in our community. But I hope somebody else will talk about it, but while I go and look at it a little farther, I'm not here I probably won't vote against it, but I probably won't vote for it either. But as I read it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Be the third person speaking on the BR.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've not moved to the substitute yet, have you? Have you moved to the?
I haven't done anything.
So I'm doing the
Substitute
yeah.
will be next.
All right, so I'll have to come back when we do this. When I have to come back with the substitute, but before I do that, Do you know that you can talk on a cell phone without having a hold in the cell phone? You're aware of that, right? I can tell Siri, call such and such, and
Right.
okay,
And you could lay it down in the seat.
right.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, do you consider that a distraction?
Not if you got it on the seat, you're not touching it, you're not looking down at who's calling you. No.
So then, how would an officer who stops, how would they be able to determine whether or not you are talking on that phone?
They're gonna see you going down the road with it hung up your ear or your shoulders. And if you'll notice, there's more and more people all the time that do just like that. They hold their phone physically up to their ear and their mouth where they can talk. They don't do like what we're just talking about, lay it in the seat.
Right.
If you would stop, call who you need, lay it in the seat. And like one of the ladies that I was talking up there a while ago, she said her car wouldn't pick up good like that. I can't help that, but you lay it in the seat, then you can.
So I don't have my Apple Watch on. So you know I can talk
Absolutely,
my
you
watch.
talk through your watch.
Okay, so how does this bill, what kind of effect would this bill have on me with
This time, we don't have nothing on it. It doesn't affect it with your Apple Watch.
So it doesn't, you have no effect on an individual who's talking on the phone that they've put
No,
on
because
this.
you're not gonna go around with it stuck up to your ear like that, you know.
So so do we have any other laws that cover distraction or, that are used that would be called distracted driving?
But texting, it's against the law now to text and drive.
Right. Well, you can talk to the phone and it will text a message too.
Correct. But you may have to hold it up closer to you for whatever that person's name is that you're talking to.
Oh no, I could tell Siri call Darren.
I don't do that.
And Siri will call Darren.
Right. I'm old fashioned. I don't do it, but I know
so
what
you
you're
don't tell
talking
your phone to call anybody, you just dial the number. Okay, all right.
What I've started doing since this thing's got it the way it is, I pull over on the side of the road. And I was in Gadsden the other day and I pulled over and I stayed 20 minutes talking on the side of the road to 3 different people.
Then that's dangerous too. If you don't pull off,
I make sure I pull off far enough where they don't follow my tail lights
Exactly.
and hit me in the back. No, I
Okay.
do. I try to think of everything. Of course, we don't always cover everything.
So the penalties are what? What are the penalties? The first time you get a warning.
It's in there. You're supposed to get a warning the first time.
The first time a warning.
And
okay.
then it's 1 point on your license, then 2 points on your license, 3 points on your license. And I think there's a fee on it. I don't know what that is, but if there's a fee, it goes to the general fund. It don't go to the courts.
So when I missed the fee. So, but anytime, I think the representative earlier talked about the impact that these penalties have on people, poor people especially, or anybody, but generally you find if they get enough penalties, they get their license taken away from them because of these different penalties. And so this is another process by which penalties can, cause a problem for those individuals who are doing
And
that.
it also says in there that if they ask, the fee can be done away with, disregarded.
Did I miss that in the original?
I know that one's in there.
I missed that because it said this would begin in 2025. The one thing that we had a lot of conversation about before is that you would collect data. You're collecting the data of the stops.
No, let me tell you, that is going away. That'll be in the substitute because ALEA already does all that. And it's law. It's actually law right now. And so.
Hold up, just a minute. ALEA already collects data on people being stopped using their telephone?
Supposed to because, no, not the cell phones. I'm talking about any kind of traffic citation.
So you're saying in the substitute, you've removed the data portion?
Correct. And the reason why it's supposed to already be done, and it is a law already. It's got the code and all with it.
Do you have evidence of that?
Yes, ma'am.
You have evidence?
Well, I have it on this sheet where my
No,
substitute.
no. When I say evidence, I want to see some the data that has been collected on.
Oh, yeah, no, I
stops,
don't have that, no.
the stops that were made. What were the stops for? What was the penalty? Race? That type of information. That's what I would be looking for.
I'm just saying that it is law. Now, whether they do it or not, I can't say that.
Now, did they just recently tell you that?
I think they've had it for a while, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I think.
I think we aren't clear. If anybody from Aaliyah is listening, they need to let us know that data is collected and that data provides the information that you've indicated.
That's why we had it in here, and that's the reason we took it out, because we found out that it wasn't where it was supposed to be.
But I would hope that, and if a person has several stops from using their telephone, I would be interested in that data, because your data would probably be something that would help those of us that would be in opposition. If your data was positive data showing this is the stops that were made, what they were made for, and how, because that should be a collection over a period of number of years. And I'm not aware that we have that data collected already.
Yeah, I'm not, that's why I said we deleted it out. That'll be on my.
Did you delete it because Aaliyah asked you to delete it, or you deleted it because you know the data is
We
being
actually talked to them.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
And so I'd be interested in hearing from Aaliyah what data is being collected, because I think that is important. Those who violate this bill, that's important. That's really important, Willie. Is there a way, do you think, how we can, if a person is holding the phone, that an individual or the police, or a trooper or whoever that is stopping them, and that individual has to go to court, what proof are they going to, that individual or the police has to have? Does he have a photograph of that person holding the phone, or is it the
No,
word?
I'm sure they'd take the officer's word that he's seen it with it up to their ear. I'm sure of that.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I would think it's fair.
You think so? You don't think an officer sometimes would not be unfair?
Fudge on it.
Yes, yeah.
No,
they could have.
I would hope they wouldn't.
I could have. He could have been combing his hair.
Right.
But
well,
I could have had a comb by his ear or something.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, that could have been other things.
Could be.
Okay.
Anything.
I think the key thing for many of us, and certainly for me, is this an overreaching type. I know the results of a person having injured individuals because they were talking on the phone and not paying attention. Certainly nobody wants to have to deal with that.
Absolutely
I certainly
not.
don't want that. But is this another way that we are overreaching to create a time when we would be giving a person, charging a person, or would this also be another way of profiling a particular?
I don't think it would be profiling, because with technology getting like it is now, just like what you said, you can call your phone.
Lady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
The gentleman yield.
Yes,
Representative, I know you and we've had long conversations about this piece of legislation.
Yes, sir, we have.
I think ever since K.O. Brown, when he was dealing with this legislation, we've had conversations about really trying to figure out a way to
solve the problem. And all of us have friends and family members and individuals that have been impacted by this in some way, directly or indirectly. But for me, I was probably in previous years, I was adamantly opposed to this piece of legislation until we had the conversation about the database and other things that assured me that there would not be the potential for profiling would be reduced or eliminated tremendously with the protections that would have been in this piece of legislation. And I just heard that was removed out, and Aaliyah mentioned that they already collect this information. But I think that what's important to me is being able to get that back in the bill, whether it's in the Senate, and want to really get a commitment to work with you on that. I understand that Aaliyah have made those comments. However, I think that without it being in writing, I don't know that I feel as comfortable as I was before. And so, but I have received a call from one of my city council members mentioned this piece of legislation some time ago where he had a serious brain injury as a result of being hit by someone that was a distracted driver. And so I understand that. And I've seen other accidents that have happened, and I sympathize and empathize with those individuals that have been impacted by this. And so I do, but I also want to make certain that we're able to work together on the database piece of this, be it in the Senate committee, the next committee, and getting support from you on this, because I can support the bill with that, but I think that it's very tough without those protections in place for me to be able to go all the way with it. And so I told you I committed to supporting this piece of legislation with the knowledge of the database piece being a part of it. And I know that you and Representative England had a number of conversations about this piece of legislation, and I told you that I will help you, and I will. But I just want to make certain that this is something that we're going to work out in the Senate, and getting a commitment from you to work on this in the Senate to get that back in. And, while I respect and appreciate the work and the things that Aaliyah does as a legislator, Aaliyah's not making the laws, we are.
I understand.
Right? They're enforcing them. And so for me, being able to see this in writing will make me feel more comfortable. And so I just want to really get a commitment from you working on this as the sponsor, working with me on this, making certain that that happens in the Senate.
I will work with you. Now, I can't control what Aaliyah does, and you know that. But
absolutely,
you and I will go talk to them, and like I said, that's the reason we took it out, because we found out it was already law. Now, whether they're collecting it or not, I don't know, but it's already law.
Well, Representative, you know that there are a lot of laws that we pass that people say are already laws until we pass it, right? And so sometimes, for me, but it's not necessarily in the statute, right? They may practice that at that agency.
I think this one's statute even.
We've looked back into the statute. I hadn't seen that where they're collecting from a database standpoint that's in place. Now, that was in place for in another subject around the database collection on a bill that we passed about 3-4 years ago during the height of George Floyd and all of that. That was a database bill passed during that particular time. However, with this particular offense, I want to make certain that this is not utilized in a way that could get us back to where we were that predates the George Floyd situation. So that's where I am.
You and I will work on it.
Yeah, as long as I get your commitment on that, I'm all for your bill. But I got to have. You're
gonna have my commitment. Now, I can't say what happened out of it, but you and I will be together, and we'll try our best.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I got the commitment from you, and so I just want to make sure that's public. And we'll work on that, and we'll work with our colleagues in the Senate. And as long as you and I are on the same page, I don't think that they will go against the bill sponsors' desires and recommendations. While I respect Aaliyah for what they do, I would just feel more comfortable if we had this in this particular legislation.
I do not have a problem with that. That'd be great.
All right, thank you.
Leader Daniels being the fourth person to speak on the BR. The question now is the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. All members voted. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 61 ayes, 23 nays. The BR does pass. Representative Wood.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we had so many things we changed in this bill that we got a substitute to it. So I'm going to explain some of the substitute. On page 9, we added a new subdivision, and it's 11 in commas, to create an exception for the ability to any evidence offered and collected by a licensed private investigator. We had private investigators calling us, and they was afraid that it would affect their job and everything. So we said, you know, that's fine if it goes with your job. We don't want to do that. All right, on page 11, we changed subdivision D4 to read, make a custodial arrest solely for a violation of this article. On page 3, we named the act in honor of former Representative K.L. Brown. And we've got 2 other ladies. We'll get that put up on upstairs. It's not in here. On page 8, we amended subdivision 7 to include towing vehicles, recovery vehicles, any kind of public safety official that needs to use a cell phone that they could. Then on page 11, we deleted a requirement that administrative officers of the courts adopted. They actually wanted us to change some things, but they said it would be better if we just took it off. So that's what we did. And if there's not any questions, I move for passage of the
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan, on the committee sub.
I had some folks come over to me and run up to me about this bill. Listen.
Yeah.
The sub itself, I've read the bill. I've read over the sub. It's no different than what I said on the last bill. Now, it is a difference. In the last bill, I did vote yes on the last bill. I got a problem with this bill, and you know that. KL was my friend. KL and I worked on many of cemetery authority cemetery bills. I have the greatest respect for him. It used to pain me to come to this well and look across at him because he would have those little droopy eyes and just be so sincere. And I think everybody just had the utmost respect for him. But listen, this isn't about this today. My argument, this bill has come before this body a number of times. And my argument each time has been the same. We're creating a law in which we're saying that holding a phone in your hand is distracted driving. Talking on a phone is distracted driving. Eating a hamburger is distracted driving. Putting on your makeup is distracted driving. Looking into the mirror, adjusting something on your face is distracted driving. And that has been the argument that we've had time and time again, year in and year out. It has nothing to do with the gentleman. It has nothing to do with that. It's the unintended consequences. And then the police authority for a state trooper or a local law enforcement or a sheriff's department to take time to stop someone. You could just be holding a phone in your hand and not even saying anything. And there is a perception that you are at that point violating the law. So then you get into questions, and this has been the main questions about this bill, and you very well know that. Well, you weren't the sponsor, and I know you're doing everything you need to do to carry this bill, and I hate looking across at you right now. But the thing about it is, you get these unintended consequences, and then you deal with probable cause. Because at that point, as the question was asked, is being on a Bluetooth distracted driving? Talking to someone through your watch? You're still acting in that way. The conversation sometimes can be distractive because many people now don't drive holding their cell phones. So you're not just looking at texting and driving, you're also looking at texting, You're looking at holding the phone. You're looking at talking on the phone. So you have all of these things wrapped up. But then on the flip side of that, look at all of the other things that people do. There are more people in the grave now, not just because of texting and driving. I don't want to see us lose one life. But I also understand the ramifications of this bill. And not only that, we have great law enforcement in here. We have some that are active. We have some that are retired. There are good cops out there. I support law enforcement. But there are also bad cops. We see it on the news every day where there's some knucklehead out there, I'm just going to be honest, looking for a reason to stop somebody. So then you get into these issues of an unnecessary, unwarranted stop. And at best, all they have is you got a cell phone in your hand. And these are the questions and issues that we as a legislative body time and time again have had, and why this bill has failed. It may very well pass out of this House. My argument has been the same. Again, it's no disrespect to the sponsor. I have a bill. You have the same right to ask me questions. I've carried many of bills. You know that. Mm-hmm. And when somebody needs to ask me a question, they ask me. I'm not mad. I'm not upset. You're not going against me. That's your role. You need to ask questions. Because somebody, you've heard me say this 1,000 times, you can be in the grocery store. Folks have come up to me and asked me a question, and I'm like, now what are they talking about? Oh, that bill. So that's what you do as a legislator. And that's why I've been here 12 years, and I'm going to keep doing that. So I'm saying this to you to say, we deal with the changes in the substitute. And I thank you for answering and responding back, getting ready to respond back to my questions. That's the intellectual thing to do. So we then get into this text. The term includes not limited to text messages, instant message, email, and or internet data. So does that mean that when the police stop, they're going to literally take your phone?
No.
Look at well, here again now. You're talking about a text communication. So then the question becomes, how do you know I'm texting just because I'm holding my phone? Because in this bill, the way it's so crafted is you would I'm just only going by what it's saying. If you're saying text messages, somebody needs to be able to verify at some point that I was texting, because texting itself brings about a violation in the law, the way this is written. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I just want, yes or no?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay,
It's against the law to text.
so here again, we then get to those unintended consequences. Again, that's all I'm looking at. I for 4 years, indigent defense docket, city of Birmingham, no state driver's license, no tag, broken tail light, no registration, this, that, and other. Now you're gonna have all of that coupled with, were they texting and driving? Well, where was the verifiable proof? And then when you get to court, if I'm defending in court, will I be able to come in with a cell phone that day, whether the phone can hold that data or not? Or is the officer at the time to pick up my phone, retrieve it from my hand, then verify whether or not I was texting and driving? So that's a part of the sub. So I'm just trying to get the clarity on it. I know you're law enforcement, and I know you're a really good cop, one of the best. So then we get to the wireless communication, cell phone, telephone, text messages, personal digiting assistance, standalone. Standalone, what does that mean? So I'm just trying to get the clarity on those terms. So when you're talking about, all I'm saying is we're creating a mechanism, as what has been said by the previous sponsors, that we're creating a system in which we could all be criminalized. We've passed enough bills that we criminalize ourselves. We have ethics laws here right now that we passed in 2010 that criminalizes us more and more and more and more and more each year. And so now we're going to pass a bill. We're going to pass a bill that's going to further criminalize ourselves, not only ourselves, but the people that we deal with. Folks by now need to just stop freaking texting and doggone driving. I'm for safe driving. I had to catch myself coming down here today. Hey, let me stop. Let me put this phone down. And every time I think about texting and driving, I think about Representative K.L. Brown. I think about that year, or he may have brought a picture in just like Representative Shedd, my colleague here did. That grieves me. I don't want to see anyone lose a life. We may argue, fuss, and fight sometime down here, but I do value life. I don't want to see another mother lose a child. I would not want to lose a child or a loved one. So I don't think anybody is saying that. But I do want a comprehensive piece of legislation for the state of Alabama that does not bring about an unintended consequence as we move about this process. First or second convictions of this article within a 24-hour time period, 24 months shall be entered into the driving record and the individual charged under this article, a 2-point violation. Third subsequent conviction of this article within 24-hour time period shall be entered in on the driving record of an individual charged. So then you got this issue with, we already have folks can't get driver's license. I think that's what the previous two speakers said. I mean, it's so many unintended consequences to this piece of legislation. Maybe if it was coupled with something else, I could be more supportive of it. And hey, I'm like I said, I've not had a bill that I've really wanted, that I've had to fight 4 or 5 or 6 years. I usually pick 3 or 4 bills a year, and the 2 or 1 that I really want, guess what? It has passed every time. So I've never had that problem. So I understand Representative K.L. Brown moving through a process, but this bill has been very difficult and technical in nature, and that's why it's failed each time. So maybe he'll get it out, or you'll get it out.
The chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I really understand why you're bringing this bill. I understand why the previous sponsor of the bill actually brought the bill too. I understand that, you know, we have our young people out, they texting or they're talking on the phone, and it's dangerous. I can't tell you exactly how many times I've been on the interstate and I've seen somebody with their phone in their hand and they driving and I almost ran off the road, or I'm saying, put your phone down, put your phone down. But there's a big but there. We had this conversation and I told you I was gonna actually come and speak on this bill with the last, my colleague said about the unintended consequences. Right? So we're saying, like, if you have a phone or the device in your hand and you're talking or you're texting, and that's distracting, right? That's distracting driving. So what about if I stopped at a fast food restaurant and I got me something to eat? Would that also be considered distracting driving?
I guess anything could be.
Yeah, if I have a coffee, I just decide to stop at Starbucks, which I love Starbucks, and I get me a hot coffee and just so happen it fall over on my leg. Is that distracted driving?
I would say it could be, and it's gonna burn your leg.
Yes, a bottle of water. If you got a bottle of water in your car and you take it and looking at Pringle right there with his bottle. You don't drink a bottle of water like this. A bottle of water, you got to tilt your head back. Is that distracted driving too?
Well, only Pringle does that.
How about ladies with makeup? Are we gonna go into that next? I mean, we opening up a door. You know, they always say don't open up doors that you can't close back once you open them up. So women with makeup, mascara, we running late for the State House and we ride, put that mascara on. Is that distract? Because we had our eyes now, that's distracted driving. Your GPS is distracted because if I stay right here in Montgomery, I've been here all my life, so I know the streets. But once I get to Birmingham and Atlanta, oh my goodness. And especially Birmingham. If I get to Birmingham and I start seeing all the signs and I have to slow down and my GPS is telling me to do something else, I have to slow all the way down and look to make sure that I'm going in the right direction. And I got people behind me for miles blowing because they upset. Is that distracted driving? See, we're going to open up a box that we can't close, and then it's going to keep being amended, and people are going to keep bringing other things to add to it every year. We're going to start with one, and then we're going to keep rotating over, and it's going to keep going. So next year, somebody riding, and they got Wendy's and everything falling in their lap. They look down, and police stop them. They don't have an accident. And once they had that accident, and it's happened inside your county, then we come back and say, you can't eat while you're driving. We got a bill for that. You can't drink bottled water while you're driving. We got a bill for that. You can't use your GPS while you're driving. We have a bill for that. Another thing, everybody was talking about Bluetooth, right? You got it. It's modern day cars with technology. But what about the poor people who can't afford those type of vehicles? Do we just let them just say, you know what? Whether you can afford it or not, we got a bill for that. You know, we just gonna open up a box, and we're gonna keep opening up this box constantly. And I told you I have added. And makeup as well. Putting on makeup. We put on makeup while we are actually riding. And you made a statement. You said that when one of the colleagues asked about how would you be able to determine if they was actually had the device. That's perception, right?
Not if they see them with it up.
But then I have to defend if I had it or not. Do you know how many cases that we've had where we had people who was killed by law enforcement who had a cell phone and not a gun? Perception. It's perception. You cannot legislate perception. What I perceive you to have in your hand, but now the person who is poor and can't afford a defense attorney, they can't afford it. They got to go in because the burden of proof lies on me if they say I did it. It lies on me. It does not lie on them. The officer is going to go straight in and say, I saw him with the phone. And then you said the judge is going to make that decision, right?
Yeah.
Whether they get to actually see that or not. And I'm waiting, but when you said the judge gonna make that decision, I have a little snapshot here. So this happened like right here in Alabama, because we said the judges make the decisions. So we have 3 people convicted of murder. 3. You got one man, he killed a 3-year-old. He received 15 years in 1 day. Struck her, beat her. He received 15 years in 1 day, right here in Alabama. We got another man, killed his girlfriend. He received 3 years. And the same day that he received 3 years, we had another gentleman who broke inside a home, was stealing items. One of the guys with him got killed and he got charged for it. He was 15 with no priors. He got 65 years. Can you tell me which one was what? And they all were sentenced by the same judge. You got one that actually killed a 3-year-old, received 15 years in 1 day. You got one who killed his girlfriend, received 3 years. You got one who didn't actually kill nobody, had no priors. And they all went before the same judge. And one got 65 years at the age of 15. Do you actually know, if I had to give you like a guess to determine which one was the black male, would you be able to identify which one it was? And they all three came out the same county. All three went before the same judge. These are the issues that we have that take place. Unintended consequences. We leave things and we want to say that justice is blind, but we know it's not. We want to make it seem like we doing what's right for a collective whole, but we doing what's right for a selective few. So with that, I'm just gonna step away. I wanted to really bring that, once you said something about the judges having to be the determining factor of that, and making sure that when you have young people, when we got our young people, that we're actually, because this is basically who it's gonna be targeting. We all have young folks, young kids, young grandkids, or whatever. And again, I said it, and I mean it. Trust me, I understand your bill, understand why you bringing the bill and everything. It just has a lot of unintended consequences. And it's gonna open up a box that's gonna bring in other things on a regular basis that's going to determine our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady. It's your recognized, Jennifer Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you, that's a hard act to follow right there, now, brother. I came to speak on behalf of your bill because of what Carol Brown had done so many years prior to. And I told you I was not going to vote against your bill. I'm speaking in favor, even though you can't legislate what we're trying to do. And like the last speaker said, there are unintended consequences. It all depends on who's driving. You know, I travel on the interstate, leaving here, back and forth, and there are people out there in the fast lane with a phone to their ear holding up traffic. And I said, where's the police when you need them? Every time I'm on my way back south on 65. And it's happening coming here this day. On a 2-lane road there. So, and these things cause collateral damages to a lot of people. And we brought the pictures that was shown today, and what Carol had brought. I could have brought a pair, because there was a young, beautiful twin sister right there in Wilcox County, Alabama. Distracted driving and was killed. She was the one that, on the phone, ran into a log truck. These things you cannot control. And I know what we are trying to do. We are trying to save lives.
Correct.
And then we got to get people to be accountable for their actions. But a lot of times they don't want to be accountable. And we set a bad precedent when we see all this stuff happening on the news, that people can get away with doing wrong. And nobody held them account for their actions. But here we are in Alabama on this 4th day of April, the 4th month of the year. And we into the Advent season. Some call it day before yesterday Palm Sunday. And we in my network we call it the week of Passover week of festivities, and Friday will be Passover. And so we are all looking at how we could make things better, make life better. But when we come to reaching out with the arm of the law to think they can make it better, it's not going to ever happen. We got to want to do it from within. We can never legislate behavior. I wish we could. I'm a minister, and I can't. And if the word don't help change the one's life, nothing will. They'll pay their fine. That's all we get, $100 to up to $300 in fines. Those who will pay the fines in some kind of way, they'll get there, and then they're right back at it the next week doing the same thing. So it's all about. See what I'm saying? I voted with the VR and the substitute. You explained it. I'm not a lawyer, but there are some things that you can't regulate, even though we try. And then some things are over-regulated. Then some things are under-regulated. Then some things just people don't pay no attention to it whatsoever. That should be paid attention to.
Just like Representative Jackson, there's 30, I believe 31 other states that have this.
31 states.
Right. I believe I'm correct on that.
And they're working pretty good there, isn't it?
Plus, just imagine this. If your phone's laying on your console, you can look down. It takes 2 to 5 seconds to look down at your phone, to look down at it. During that 2 to 5 seconds, you can go 100 yards, the length of a football field, and never touch your brakes.
And you
do
run
that,
into
there's going to be something serious come out of it.
I agree. I drive a class.
And you hit it a while ago.
I drive a safety class. Let me say this.
Our main objective is to save lives.
All right, I hear you.
That's what it's all about. If we can save one life, all the work in the world is worth it.
Driving itself is distractive, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's always something passing you by. You driving the speed limit, somebody driving twice as fast.
Right.
Then somebody driving under the speed limit. So it's always something going on within that automobile.
Yeah.
But you got to stay focused on what you're doing.
You do.
And I agree with you. Phone. I got Atlas on my. I can speak to it and it'll dial a number. But I know what I do. I have it where it is when I'm traveling, when it doesn't work. Somebody call me and they won't get nothing but a text message that I'm driving, and so you can set that thing so you won't be distracted.
You can.
But it's all about the person itself. So I'm not filibustering. I'm here. I'm going to vote for you, Bill, because I think it's protecting people, and our job here is to help folks, to save lives, to protect them from themselves sometimes when they can't see the danger involved in the process. Thank you for this.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Kind of listening a little bit and trying to take some notes. And I continue to think about, so many people mentioned so many different things earlier about different types of distractions. One of the things that stood out to me with this bill was it's kind of like it's an unfunded mandate for a certain group of people. Because from reading this bill, it's really targeted to people with newer model cars. Because if it sounds like if a person has an older car and they receive a citation, they can go to court and they can say, hey, I purchased this Bluetooth device, and it'll get thrown out in court. The judge may throw it out in court. They won't have any court costs, anything, because they went and purchased a Bluetooth device, even though they violated like any other person would have violated. Can you explain that to me? Why is that in the bill?
That is in the bill, to where if you go to court, it's kind of like a DUI. He gets drunk before, but if he'll go to school, I could send them to school when they get drunk. You know how that is. Then they'll throw it out. And that same thing, if they'll buy a device, which a device doesn't cost but $5.50. I got two that I bought just to see how much they were. They were $5.50 a piece.
Okay.
And that's all it is.
So a person that doesn't have Bluetooth, they get a second chance.
They what?
Get a second chance.
Yeah. Bluetooth would too, I was sure.
So if my car has Bluetooth capability and I'm not using it, can I go to court and say, I bought this device, now I want you to let me go and not put the 2 points on my driver's license?
I don't know. I'm sure it depends on what you were doing when you said you were driving distracted.
No, I'm saying if I was on the phone, just like the person that has an older model car that don't have Bluetooth, if I was on the phone, and can I go to court and say, Judge, forgive me, I'm not gonna do it no more about this Bluetooth device?
I'm sure if you bought one of those, whether you were doing it or not, they would give you off. Yes.
Even though that my car has the capability of doing. Okay.
They're not going to check you, if your car's got Bluetooth or not. You go in there with that. But if you got Bluetooth, you're not going to get a citation anyway.
Okay. So another issue that I see with the bill is, let's talk through a traffic stop. If a police officer get behind you in a traffic stop, walk me through what you would do.
What if I was what?
If a police officer got behind you for a traffic stop, walk me through what you would do.
I'd sit still and I'd put both hands on the steering wheel and roll the window down for him and be quiet.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what I would do. The first thing I would do is turn on my flashers, and I would keep driving to a lighted area, because my community doesn't always have the best relationship with police officers. So one of the things, since we have a trust issue, one of the first things that I'm gonna do is drive to a lighted area to make sure other people can see me getting stopped, because I don't want to be stopped on a dark road with a police officer. The second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call my wife so she can know that I'm getting pulled over by a police officer, because I feel like somebody else need to know what's going on, not just me and the officer. Somebody else need to go. So clearly I'm violating now already, because I just picked up the phone and called my wife. You know what the third thing I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tell her that I'm gonna call her back, and I'm gonna put my phone on record to make sure that if they got a body cam, I want me a body cam, right? So now I'm violating again, because you specifically said in this legislation that you should not be recording while driving. You should not be talking on the phone while driving, but you list specifically emergency situations, but this is an emergency situation for me. The emergency situations in the bill is if you see something happening, you call 911, you call the police, you call the fire department, you call the ambulance. These are emergency situations that you list in the bill. The emergency situation for me is calling my wife. The emergency situation to me is making sure that the situation is recorded, because we've seen time and time again that things happen sometimes on the side of the road. I'm not saying it's the officer's fault. I'm not saying it's the person's fault. But I'm saying that some of these traffic stops lead to very bad things happening. So I guess I'm just trying to get you to see a different perspective, that both of us can get pulled over, but our reactions are totally different. You feel that if I pull over to the side of the road and I be still and I put my hands on the steering wheel and don't move, everything's gonna be fine. Right. I feel that I have a lot more steps that I need to take before I do that, because somebody else needs to know what's going on. Because my first primary responsibility, far beyond whether I break this law or not, is to get home to my 3 little girls and my wife. That's my number one priority. I got to get home. And I just think sometimes we don't think about Alabama as a collective when bills like this is sponsored. And I understand exactly what you're trying to do. I understand the intent. But a lot of times we have other things that come from good intentions. And it's a difficult situation. I understand these kids are texting. We got to stop them from texting. Will this law stop them? It probably won't. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. The electric chair not stopping people from murdering people. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. It's a moral thing. It's the inner conscience of man that we just supposed to love each other and treat each other right and love that neighbor. That's what's missing. It's not really the law. But at the end of the day, these laws that we are passing affects different people differently. And I think when legislation like this is passed, they think more about the 75% of the population and not as much about the 25 or so percent of the population. And I don't think that our voices are heard enough when it comes to situations like this, because if I wouldn't have had this conversation with you right now and told you what I would do if I was pulled over by the police, you probably wouldn't even think about it like that. You wouldn't think about, like, man, he feel that he has to call his wife or he has to record the situation just to make sure he's safe, because we've had so many issues between our community and law enforcement. And I'm not saying we have a million great cops. It don't take but 1 or 2 to tarnish. Those people are tarnishing the badges. It's not the good guys. You know, much respect to the good guys, but this is just, I mean, I could talk for hours about this bill, and I'm not, but like I could really talk for hours about this bill, because, you know, I just see so many flaws in it, and I see so much room for errors when it comes to people from the communities that I'm from. But thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel.
Representative Wood, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
I think I understand your heart in bringing this bill, and I definitely am sympathetic to those who have had loved ones pass away, have been in wrecks, accidents, and that sort of thing. I lost my best friend when I was a senior in high school to a vehicle accident, and so I am very sympathetic to that. However, what I do think we should guard against is more government in our lives, more government in our vehicles. And I'm concerned that that's what this does. It gives opportunity for government to interact with us more. Now, I want to ask you a few questions. One, you mentioned earlier that this was not a primary violation.
Correct.
Is that the case? It's not a primary violation?
I would say you're correct.
So this is a secondary violation. I mean, I'm asking your intent. If your intent is for it to be a primary violation or a secondary violation.
I would say it's secondary.
Okay. I went and got a copy of the sub, and on line 212, it says a law enforcement officer enforcing this article may treat a violation of this article as the primary or sole reason for issuing a citation. And so I'm not an attorney nor a law enforcement officer, but it does appear to me that this is a primary offense, meaning that if a law enforcement sees somebody holding the phone, they could pull them over. I want to make sure that that's not your intent, that your intent is for it to be a secondary offense.
That's correct.
Okay. That's not what the law, that's not what this bill, that's not the way I read it. If there's an attorney or someone in here that knows more about this type of language, but it's on line 212 in the sub, it says it's a primary offense. And so I don't know if anybody else wants to address that or not. But I saw that it's on line 212. So your position is it should be a secondary offense.
I would think so. Depends on what they stop him. They could stop him for something else, all that.
Well, and that would be a secondary offense. So if they stopped them for speeding, for instance, and they had saw them holding their phone, then they would ticket them if it was a secondary offense.
Correct.
But in a primary offense, if you're riding down the road and the police officer sees you holding your phone, they're going to pull you over for that reason, which would make it a primary offense. That's the way I understand it. And so that's what the bill currently does in the way you've got it in the sub here. I had a question. I've got a question on, I don't know if you've got a copy of the sub or not, where it says that this does not apply if when the use of a wireless telecommunication device while the motor vehicle is parked. So if the car is parked, it does not apply.
That's correct.
Does parked mean parked in park, or does it mean stopped?
It means stopped on the side of the road.
So what if you're stopped in the road?
You stopped at a traffic light or
Right.
anything like that, then they're gonna get you.
Okay, so it would still apply if you're
Yeah.
stopped in the road. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand correctly also. So when the phone is in the car, you can't hold it. It can't sit in your lap. It can't be propped up against you. Is that am I understanding it correctly?
I would say you are.
Okay. So if I adjust my navigation while it's sitting beside me on my console, if I adjust to go from, if I was going one place, I decided to go somewhere else, can I do that while moving, or do I have to stop?
I'm sure you can do it with moving, but you're gonna have to be careful to be safe. I'd do like I said earlier. I would stop, say what I needed to say, and then go on about my business.
Well, I agree with that. I think it is safer to stop. I agree with you. I think it is safer.
We're all missing the boat on this thing. This thing is about saving lives again. We're not trying to be so technical we don't know what to do. Like I said, if we could save one life, one's not very many to save. You could save one, then it's all worthwhile.
Well,
Now,
I
if you
don't
care
disagree.
about a life, then that's fine.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, so I've got children. I've got a teenager that drives, and if I found out that she was driving and texting at the same time, we wouldn't need a law, because I would straighten that out myself. And so I'm not insinuating that what you're saying is not true, because I do believe that it is dangerous to text while driving. We already have a law against that, and I believe you're correct. I think you're right that it's not safe. I instruct my daughter not to do it, and like I said, if I find out she's doing it, then we won't need the law. I'll be the law when it comes to that. And so I understand that and I respect it. But I do want to make sure that we're not doing something here that causes some other thing that we're not intending. And I think that's what's happening here. There are some things in here that I'm asking about. It's a primary offense. It's not a secondary offense. I don't think with this law that you can adjust your GPS. If you're going down the road, you want to go from one place to the other. I do think you have to stop. I'm also unclear on, there's a spot on page, it's on page 7, it's line 170, where it talks about an individual who is 18 years old or older. And so I want to make sure I understand for the driver that's 16 or 17-year-old, how is the bill different for a 16 or 17-year-old versus an 18-year-old?
I can't answer that. I would have to study about it.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to, I didn't know the bill was coming today, or I would have already come and asked you that question. I just read it a few minutes ago and saw that. It says on page 7, line 171, is for an individual 18 years or older. And so I'm trying to decide what happens to a 16 or 17-year-old in the
Does
bill.
it mention the 17-year-olds?
No, it doesn't. It just says for an individual 18 years of age or older. But a 16 or 17 or a 15-year-old, 15, 16 or 17-year-old could legally operate a vehicle in Alabama.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to designate what happens if you're under 18 versus over 18.
Probably the same thing. You're going to get a citation.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate your heart towards it. I did KL. I mean, I understand where your heart's at, and I really appreciate that. I'm just concerned that there are issues with the bill I don't have answers on. I didn't then, don't now. And I'm not sure that we have it all figured out just yet. But I appreciate your work on it.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Reverend McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Well, I guess I'm back, and I've got a copy of your sub. Do you have that copy over there with you of your sub?
I do.
Okay. Where he was talking about on page 8, lines 212, beginning at line 212. You see that? Where Representative Keel was talking about. On page 8 of your sub. Oh, you don't have, you just have the talking points.
Go ahead.
Okay. I need you to, do you understand then what a primary versus a secondary? Okay. So this is a primary, this would be a primary bill. It would allow officer to stop someone just because they see them with a cell phone in their hand, okay? That gives me heartache, first of all. Now, and then it goes right below there on line 219, okay? And it says, a law enforcement officer may not use a violation of this article to establish probable cause for any other violation. That's going to be a problem in law enforcement, period. Because if I'm pulling you over and, you know, the reason I'm pulling you over is because you have a cell phone in your hand. But you happen to be in a car that smells like pot. That's a violation that you now can establish. You understand? That means that I stopped you because you were holding this phone. But now I walk up there and I smell the pot. So now you've been stopped because of a phone, but you're charged now because of the, violation of an illegal drug. I don't have any real problem with that, but it's contradictory when we say that it's a secondary violation, okay? So we got to establish, first of all, that it's a primary violation. The next part is on 239. Page 9, you got it now?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead, I got it.
Okay. Section E says, for purposes of enforcing this article only, a law enforcement officer does not have probable cause and may not stop the operator of a motor vehicle for a violation of this article unless the officer visually observes the operator using, holding, or physically supporting with any part of the operator's body the wireless electronic communication device in violation of this article. That right there establishes that we can't make this a secondary charge. It has to be a primary charge. So then it gives us all of the problems that I see with it becoming a primary violation.
Okay.
That's, whenever you have that terminology in there, that's going to make it up to a primary charge. And then we talked about a warning versus, points and all of these things. On line 247, it said, any person appearing before a court for a first charge of a violation of this article may petition the court to have the charge dismissed by filing an affidavit affirming the following. You're right on that. They can go on and file that affidavit in court. What happens to the 2 points that may have been put on their license prior to them going to court?
I'm sure if they throw it out, they would take it off.
Is there, and we got some current law enforcement people in here. I'm not sure that they could take it off of their the point system off at that point. I'm not sure. That's the reason I'm here questioning whether it would be something that could happen. And now the part that I do see in here that is going to be a problematic when it comes to the point system also is down on line 277. It begins and says, nothing contained in this article shall be deemed a violation of any law which would otherwise nullify or change in any way the provisions or coverages of any insurance contract. Now, I can tell you right up front, it's not going to work like that, because once we re-look at your driving record and see those 2 points on this, it's going to adjust your insurance. So that's going to change. We are saying that we aren't going to allow the insurance companies to do this, but it's no way we can stop them from doing it.
No, but they would take that off immediately when he
So you're saying we can get something that would take it off immediately?
Yeah, when he goes to court and gets forgiveness on the other. He couldn't.
I know that would be a good way for it to work, but
That's the only way it can work.
huh?
That's the only way it can work.
That's the only way it can work. Okay. I understand your heart, and believe you me, I've said some unchurchy words at some people that were coming across the line on me, and I've noticed them either daydreaming, eating, or whatever they may have been doing. Sometimes it's not even reading, it's just daydreaming, not even on their phone. So I think the former speaker, the former representative said it well. We can't just legislate all the bad behaviors of people, because we're going to make everybody a criminal in that manner. And, I abstained on the BIR because I at least felt you needed to get it here so we could have this debate. But I don't think I can vote for your legislation after looking at it. And, I love you. I love you, but I don't think this is a piece that I can vote for at this time. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of those nights I need a stool out here, isn't it?
Now, this is an old bill, right? This is the same bill they died in last year.
They what?
This is the same bill that died last year, isn't it?
It's a little bit different, but it didn't ever die. One time it did, I think, and then it went to the Senate.
It's kind of worries me because, it's so easy for some folks to get stopped all the time, and it's another excuse for also stop a person. You know what I'm talking about? I would like to eliminate it any kind of way, because if I get stopped on a dog road, I'm not gonna stop because then they'll say I'm losing the police. Because I'm afraid to get stopped on a dog road by the police, and I'm not, because something could happen. But now, if I get a call on my phone, like I'm getting right now, if I talk on my phone like right here, hello, I'm talking on my phone right now. Is that distracted driving? I'm talking about. I can talk about my watch.
I wouldn't think it is because you're not in a car.
I'm in the car. And when I get a call, if I get a call in the car, my watch rings. When I pick my watch on, like I talk to my watch.
Yeah.
That's distracted. That's distracted, right?
I would say it is, but it depends on what you're doing with the watch.
I'm talking. I'm talking.
It'd be hard for him to tell you're talking to the watch.
Yeah, but all they see is my hand up to my face. I'm talking. And I can be distracted.
You can be scratching your nose.
I just got a call on the watch right now. So I can talk. I got a picture on the watch. I'm talking to it just like on my phone. That's distracted, Randy. So therefore, there are so many ways you be distracted. It's kind of a hard bill to go by. And what frightens me about the bill, we call it DWB, driving while black. Now, can you imagine every black man I know, woman I know, be afraid to death? They could be combing their hair, they could be doing anything, and get light come on, you stop by the police. It's on Dog Road. You know, we had a problem over in Tarrant City, where they'll giving out so many tickets, Randy, that they almost broke the whole family. They'll stop anybody they wanted to, and if they give them another tool to stop somebody, they're gonna do that also. It's in Tarrant City. When I think of Tarrant City did that, you remember that big thing where they were stopping folks left and right for anything and all? What you're doing is any person that I know of, they'll be scared to death for the police pull up behind them on a Dog Road. They're gonna try to drive somewhere where some light to stop. You know, all of a sudden they consider that being a chase, and they will take out behind them, left biggest spin. Then the president said, "I'm not gonna stop. I don't know what so they start speeding. Then you got a chase. Then you got another killing of a police officer shooting somebody. They get mad when you run. You know, if they think you're running from them, they get real mad. I don't care if they chartreuse. They miss their white or black, they can be chartreuse. That's a problem. What you're doing, give them another reason to pull somebody over. And because they could be using a comb, they could be talking, talking to watch, anything. They say distracted driving. That's the thing we see. I know the city gonna change it. I know if we pass it, they're gonna kill it again anyway. They already told me don't worry about it, they're gonna kill it anyway. So I'm saying we're gonna kill it, we're gonna try to stop this down in the house this time. We had the same similar bill last time. And I mean last year, right? Didn't we sit last year? And I hate talking to you, Bill. I like you so much. But this is one that scares me, not because I'm thinking about all the consequences that can happen. You don't realize how many reasons they got already to stop a person. I know you realize that, but this is another tool to stop somebody. And it just, that's what scares me. 'Cause I got family, and I've always told them when on a Dog Road, I don't care if it's the police flashing your light, don't stop. Keep driving to a lighted spot where some camera might be. And because of the fact is they're scared to death. So now what you're doing now is giving them another avenue to stop somebody. That's what scares me about it. And I know that's not your intent, because I know you're not that kind of person. I think you got good attention on this bill. That's what I feel about you, but you see the potentialities of how that could happen, right? I mean, you're not gonna get a woman or a black person to stop on a Dog Road because the police stopped them because they got, not on any road, isolated road, because they think they see a cell phone. Now, in Tarrant City, I think it's been on TV several times. They had all these officers. They're funding the whole police department and the sheriff department, funding the whole city on traffic stop. Made big news all over the country. Called them rogue policemen. Now, they don't care if you went through there. Hey, now if you went through Tarrant City and you're a police officer, they'll stop you and take your car and make you walk because you violated the law. They stopped the preacher one time. Of course, he got paid back. He was eating speed. They said you were violating the law, you were using the telephone. They stopped him for that reason. We hadn't even passed the bill. And they stopped him for using a phone in the car. He didn't have a phone. So what I'm saying to you, you might not intend for it to be that way, but that's what they're using for. And, And I can guarantee you that it's gonna be a problem. And if we're gonna try to, I don't think that you can add an amendment on this bill that make me like it, because it's the same bill they had to kill last year. And I know that's not your intent. I don't think you're that kind of person. I know you're not. But you stuck with this bill. I understand it. And I understand it, but it's just a bad bill for people I represent. If I give you another tool, put another person over, I don't care if they white, black, or chartreuse, old or young. Some officers will use it, but they might not like something else they mean that day. You wouldn't do it, but some of them will. And when they do that, that calls for another altercation. So I can't support this bill under no circumstance. I don't care. Even the amendment they want to put on there to make me support this bill, because it deals with some other kind of thing. But we don't need any more reasons to pull a bill for a traffic stop to occur. So I mean, I know the city ain't gonna kill it like it did last year anyway. But I think we all do justice and do a mercy killing down here on this one. And so I know you're gonna try to put an amendment. That amendment ain't gonna make me change my mind on it. I don't care. But I don't care how many amendments go on it. I don't be against it if they put it. If Jesus Christ come down and tell me I got an amendment and gonna pass it, I'll be all right. But I can't go along with it. Period. So, all right. I'm serious. Because of the fact that I'm not going to take any chance of another person getting pulled over for no reason at all.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. The question now is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes.
No, this is adoption of the sub.
All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 56 ayes, 34 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. We're back on the bill now. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
So when you look at the sub, if you look at the engrossed sub, if you go to line 113.
113.
Looking at line 113 on page 5. So what had happened was that you see the information when a law enforcement issues a citation for violation, they should record the race. That's the part that you talked about that was
What did you
removed.
say? What page did you say?
Are you looking at the engrossed sub?
Page 5.
Wait a minute. The engrossed sub, starting on page 5, line 113.
Okay,
You see that?
I do.
Okay, so what we're doing is really adding what you had in originally, striking through 113 through 1 to 18, and then going back to what you had originally in this. When a law enforcement officer issues a citation, that information is what you started out with at the beginning, that Aaliyah asked you to move. That's been placed back in.
Okay.
In addition to that, you had the other part of it was the reporting. Who would get a report starting in calendar year 2025? They report the data collected to the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker of the house, etc. that part.
Yeah.
That's the information. And so that's what this sub does.
I'm okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk receive the amendment.
Did I give you all this?
Amendment to House Bill number 8 by Representative Hall.
Representative Hall, you care to explain it anymore, or are you good?
I'm fine unless someone has a question. I'm good. And you,
I got a couple of lights on. Representative Van, you want to talk on the amendment? All right. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
You want to sit around?
The amendment, when, starting at line 6B, when a law enforcement officer issues a citation for a violation of the article, the law enforcement officer shall record race and ethnicity of the violation. Each state, county. What happens when law enforcement stops you now? Because that's typically recorded in the data or on the ticket itself. So I'm trying to get a clarity as to what you're trying to do, because when you receive a citation, they take your driver's license. They record that information.
excuse me, Mr. Rogers. Excuse me.
So they take that. So I'm just trying to get, I'm just trying to get the clarity, because that information is already recorded and goes into the system and is transposed in the system at the time that you get a ticket. It's also on the violation, on the citation, of course, and as I mentioned, then it's transposed into the actual record or court's document system anyway. So tell me what the difference is in your...
The difference is the recording and to make sure the race, the ethnicity of the violators are part of it. What the stops for all of that is a part of this, this amendment. It was in the original. And then it was removed. So we're asking that it be placed back. And if you move further down, you will also see there should be a report of this data. And that data should go to the governor, the lieutenant governor, Speaker of the House, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it's doing. It's added. If you go to the regular bill that was introduced.
The original bill.
The original.
Because it's not in the sub. And are we on the, so you want to add this back to the sub?
Right, I'm adding it back.
So, and I guess what I'm trying to get, I'm just trying to get the clarity, because of the way so we want to add that information. So, and I guess for me, for the record, give me your rationale for wanting to have this back in here. That's what I'm
to make sure that because it had been the reporting had been removed as it was placed earlier to collect this data. It was in the original that was presented. It has been removed. I'm asking that it be placed back, and in addition, that a report is provided.
And so that report, I'm trying to get the clarity on the report. The report would be provided to who, or with the report?
The governor, lieutenant governor, Speaker of the House, et cetera. Those officers.
And
leader.
Okay, and then my question then becomes, it's reported to those individuals for the purpose. I'm trying to get the understanding as to why it's being reported directly to them, and then what means would someone from the public be able to gather that information?
I think that's the part. Just as we have other reports that are made to the legislature, it is our responsibility to make sure that that is information provided to the constituents that we represent.
Okay, so then my next question would be, even with this, and not trying to say why it may or may not have been removed, because, and that's where this bill gets to be tricky, because in this bill, we're still dealing with a primary offense versus a secondary offense once you're stopped. So would that one stop itself be sent over to the governor, or would just the stop that deals with the defensive driving is what I'm trying to get to?
When we collect data, we don't send each day we collect data. There's data collected in this state, say in the health department every day. you don't collect the data today and send it over to the governor's office. There is a data report or report of data that is collected and then sent to the different agency or individuals that are identified.
And I get that. All I'm trying to get clarity on, because if it's dealing with the substantive nature and it's germane to this bill, we're specifically now speaking of the defensive driving bill. So therefore, if I'm speaking about a stop for this particular bill, I'm speaking specifically, I would think this amendment, and I'm only just, again, trying to get the clarity. Under this particular bill, not all of the other traffic stops in America, not all of everything else, are we only specifically requesting in this bill the data, and I'm trying to get to the data that would be germane to the stop dealing with this particular defensive driving bill, and whichever mechanism that was deemed to be in violation of the law, whether it was the cell phone, well, right now it is the cell phone. So would this be the collection of how many stops, the details involving that stop, the ethnicity and all of that, that's just specifically to the issue or the citation at the time dealing with the handheld device in hand? It's all I'm trying to get to.
So as I stated earlier, you're collecting data as it relates to the stops. If it deals with this particular traffic stop as it relates to handheld phones and when they're being stopped, that data, whatever the report that is being provided, it would then go to these individuals.
Okay, it's okay. That's fine. So again, just trying to get the clarity. So I'm assuming it's all traffic stops, because I'm still not getting a response. And it's not that I'm trying to get a response that I want to hear. I'm just trying to get a response for the clarity of the bill, because the way I read this is when law enforcement officers issue citation for a violation. Okay, it says for this article. So then it would have to cover then for this article, this particular issue or this particular violation. I should have, that's what I missed, because I wouldn't have had to take myself through that degree of unnecessary drama. So then that report goes. So then my last question on this, if someone wanted to collect that particular data, I guess we could just at that point just go back through ALEA, since here you say the secretary of ALEA shall adopt rules for the implementation and administration of this section. And do you know why, or maybe I need to ask the sponsor, why these sections were taken out of the bill?
I don't.
May I ask the sponsor a question, please? Because maybe I can get an answer. Do you know why why were these sections taken out of the bill out the initial bill?
Because it was already somewhere else in there.
Okay. That's what I was thinking too, but okay. That's why I'm asking the question, just trying to get the clarity, but I'm about to do the Angela Reese in a minute. But anyway, okay, so, all right, I guess that's, all right, I think I have enough that I can go on. Okay, so he basically said that it was somewhere else. Okay, all right. So then that information report would be to the minority leader, President Pro Tem of the Senate House, and to the speaker. I guess I'm just trying to get to where, okay. All right, I think that's all that I have at the time.
Representative Butler, do you want to speak on Ms. Hall's amendment or the bill, on the bill? Okay, the Representative Wood, is this a friendly amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The question for the members now is to adopt the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. You're in favor of the amendment, votes aye. Opposed, the votes no. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 91 yeas, 4 nays. The amendment is adopted. Chairman Wood.
No other questions. I'd move for final passage.
I got a couple more lights on. Representative, gentleman from Baldwin is being recognized. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I will.
First off, I want to say I appreciate everything you're doing and trying to do on this bill. I know where your heart is. I've worked with you on this, and you've taken amendments on this to get through. You have been more than accommodating to try to work through this.
You was even the park guy.
I was. So one thing that I did want to do, I was talking with another representative on the floor here, and we wanted to track the Georgia bill. The Georgia bill is kind of where a lot of this stuff came from and a lot of the basis that this came from. The Georgia bill has 2 additional exceptions to when this law would not apply and would not be considered. One of those, and so I have an amendment to put both of those 2 exceptions into this bill. The first exception is this would not apply with a voice-based communication, which is automatically converted by the device to be sent as a message in written form. What that is if you're in your car, you guys maybe have seen it, it pops up and says, Matt Simpson, you received a text from Randy Wood. Do you want to respond? And you can speak into your car without having to type the message out, and you can type out the message through there. So that voice-based communication would be exempt through there from what you have. The second exemption would be the use of the device for the navigation of the vehicle for global positioning system purposes. What this is if you use your GPS to travel, if you use your GPS to determine directions or where you're going. Now that's not communicating with a person, that's not communicating and having back and forth communications, that's just showing you where you're going. So those 2 exemptions would not apply and would not apply in this, and that's what this amendment would have.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 8 by Representative Simpson.
Any further explanation? Representative Simpson.
No, sir.
Good amendment, sir.
A friendly amendment?
Yes.
Representative Cavan, you want to speak on this amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Cavan from Jefferson.
Are you coming? I got a copy right here. There you go.
Hopefully I can get you to respond without an attitude. Thank you.
No.
No, he was not throwing, listen, he was not throwing that paper. My problem hasn't come from him at the microphone. I'm just trying to get clarity. The attitudes come from other folks, which is unnecessary. You know, we have the right to vote how we want to vote down here. I don't know. Folks have voted against my stuff before. I don't knock it even in my own party if they have issues. Look, and they supported me, and I've supported them, and vice versa. So you know, I'm just here to do what I feel is right at the time. So you know, but I've been blackballed and blacklisted and all that. I don't care. I'm okay with it. So you help me understand this amendment.
Yes, ma'am. So on the substitute, on line 123, it says, except as provided in this section, section 32.5A 353, a person may not operate a motor vehicle on a public road, street, or highway while doing any of the following. And then the following on line 135, it says the following are not subject to the restrictions of this article. And it lists 11 different exceptions to how these actions are not subject to the article. This adds 2 additional actions which are not subject to the article. The first, which would be exception 12, is a voice-based communication which automatically converted the device to be sent as a message in written form. Meaning if you easy word, voice to text.
Yeah.
So voice to text, you would not be subject to violation of this law if you use voice to text. The second, which would be the 13th exception, would be the use of the device for navigation of the vehicle for global position system purposes. So if you use GPS, if you use Waze, Apple Maps, if you use anything like that to navigate where you're going, those would be exemptions that you could.
And I think Representative Keel asked that question. And again, for me, it's not necessarily even about those wireless communications as it relates to the whether it be your answering service, the Bluetooth mechanism, navigational system. Typically, those situations like that, you're looking. This bill specifically speaks to items that would be in your hand that are visible. It's very unlikely that someone is traveling and someone is driving, unless they're swerving. You know how this works, even in the court system. You see it every day. Swerving the road that gives enough probable cause if we're dealing with the DUI. Someone is they're suspect to the possible stop because they're straddling the line. Police stops you. Now, what happens at the end when that stop begins? It's two totally different things. This situation, it's very unlikely that someone's going to stop you if you're doing your positioning on your GPS or whatever, your global positioning device or whatever, driving, punching, because most of that time that's already set when you leave home in many instances. But there are times when we have to stop. I get it. I have to make adjustments to mine all the time. So to me, it doesn't lighten the bill. It may add a little fluff. I'm personally, go ahead.
No, I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I'll answer the question, but I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm not having that. Oh,
oh, not you. Yeah, you're good. So anyway.
So what I'm saying is, like, if you have your phone and if you pull up Waze and you're using Waze, that is an exception to the law, so that would not apply.
That would not apply.
That would not apply. If you're using voice to text, that's an exception to the law that would not apply. Now, everything else that you've talked about as far as the stop, the pullover, hey,
And because what's going to happen now, if I'm the officer stopping somebody, and you're a lawyer, you see it every day, as I mentioned, somebody stopping, even if you're holding the device. The issue for me and for what some of my colleagues have said, let's get beyond just the texting issue. It's going to be, at this point, now you have a probable cause to stop. And as I stated, these unintended consequences that's going to lead to this, this, possibly. Not for everybody, but in a lot of communities, it will.
I'm not arguing against you on that point.
So we can add this to it, but the likelihood of someone just seeing it and checking it for these platforms is very unlikely. But it adds some fluff to the bill. I get that, and I see what you're trying to do. But the realization is, and Representative Woods, you know, again, you're my guy. But at the end of the day, on this bill, I'm not sold on it, because of these things and because I see this all the time. And for me, it's different because I see it every day. And I also see how these little stops like this, a lot of times, even high school age kids. And I know some folks have mentioned what they'll do to their kids and things of that nature. Well, not every kid is texting and driving. And some people, guess what? It's just by habit. It's just by habit that people just hold a phone in their hand. Listen, I have a Bluetooth in my car, and most of the time, guess what? I have my phone in my hand, and I have a Bluetooth.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, you don't get this body by not going through drive-throughs.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know how, if it's a cheeseburger or a phone, would make a difference as to whether you're distracted or not.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, and again, my concern about this bill, and I'm gonna let it go after this. We're now creating a primary offense. However you look at it.
It's a primary stop. You're correct. It's a primary stop.
However you look at it. So you're creating this primary stop, and then of course you have these subsequent, but that's fine. But at the end of the day, that's my biggest concern with it. I'm not going to support the amendment, and I'm not going to support the amendment because I'm just not in support of the bill. It has nothing to do with you or anyone else. It's just, again, it grieved me not to vote on this bill even last year when KL brought it. The year before, same thing, because just such a great gentleman.
He is an incredible man.
The bill has so many flaws in it, and especially now in this time, whether we're talking about reducing government, increasing it, regardless of what it is, the bill has so many holes and as I said, we see it all the time because we're in this business, but especially again in my community, you know, and I'm frankly, whatever we can do to lessen stops, you know, with all that's going around on in this country with the police and stops, a lot of the stops across this country have been for simple violations that ultimately ended up into chaos because the person that the law enforcement was stopping may have had something else going on in municipal court. Some of those offenses were municipal offenses. And some of these instances that we see on TV where we see where situations have occurred between law enforcement, individuals get killed, that most of these officers now wish they never would have made the stop. That they would have just passed on it. Hey. You got folks wanted for municipal stop possession in municipal court.
What's our
maybe had a writ for a failure
picture?
to
What is
appeal.
that?
All of these things, but one stop for something like this that may lead to something else. Again, no different than, I'm gonna tell you, one of the most distractive driving techniques that is out there is putting on mascara. Do you know how many women I see who have mastered putting on mascara? And at one time, it was just a common thing to put mascara on. You jump in the car, oh, I can finish my makeup in the car. That is the most distractive driving that you can do, is putting on makeup, trying to putting on the finishing touches. You know, I wear eyelashes. I've been crazy enough to try to put eyelashes on, and I'm driving down the road trying to put some eyelashes on my eyes, and I had to stop. What am I doing? That is distractive driving within itself. And again, I repeat again, I'm only standing up here because I see the pitfalls of this legislation. I see it every day. I see how devastating it can be. And again, you're making this a primary. Regardless of the amendment, it's still a primary.
Oh, the primary is already a part of the bill.
It's already a part of the bill.
This just makes the bill
I
better.
know. That's what I'm saying. This just fluff. That's what I said.
It makes the bill better.
Itself is a primary, but you're just adding a little fluff because you're dealing with those global positioning devices or what have you, or navigational devices. But you know, and I know, realistically, it's very unlikely that you're going to get stopped for either one of those two. So,
the lady's time has expired. If you got your light on, if you want to speak to the amendment, keep it on. If you don't, if you'd cut it off so we can tell what's going on here. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
I'm giving you a...
Madam Chairman, yield.
Absolutely.
The two amendments you're doing, one deals with the global. Now, in item 13, and then on item 3 of the original substitute, it has a provision that you can use the global positioning, but it says but the manual input of navigational coordinates while driving is a violation. You see what I'm talking about?
You're talking on line 146?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, does your amendment, which has 13, allow for the manual input of navigation coordinates while operating?
It would have it as the use of the device is what it's saying. So if you have the phone and you're using the phone for a global positioning device, that would be not subject to being a violation of the law.
Okay. How is 13 different than 3?
3 would say you can't put the information into the device. 13 is saying you can't be, it's not a violation of the law to use this as a device for global positioning.
Because I know in 3, it says the use of a wireless telecommunications device as a global positioning or navigation system to receive driving directions. Is that not the same thing as 13?
No, that's not the same as 13.
Use of device for navigation of the vehicle for global positioning. I know, but are you allowed to manually input information in 13 to operate that global positioning, or is that a violation?
So if you're asking if we would amend number 3 to strike out the manual input of navigation coordinates,
Yes.
I think that would cover both of this. I think that would be great.
But I guess what I'm saying is in 3, it says you can use it, but you can't manually input it. And in 13, it says that you can use it just like 3.
And so what I did was I went through the Georgia law and pulled up the exact language from the Georgia law. So 12 and 13 were the word for word quote from what came from the Georgia law.
Okay.
Now, if you want to address 3 and have 13 modified, either 13, where if you strike that last language on 3, then you may not need 13. Do you see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
if you strike
That'd be a friendly amendment
number starting at line 146,
language here, because that's really the same thing as 13. I don't think we've adopted yet amendment. So we could do away with this. No, do away with this, the manual input of the navigation coordinate. Yeah, it'd be the same as 13 if you did that, and then you wouldn't have it. Yeah, but would that be a friendly amendment to strike this part? However, this.
I know.
Well, this doesn't strike this.
No, it would do away with it.
Yeah. That's correct, but you'd have to strike this part of it, about the manual input of the navigation.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking. If you strike that, then you just keep this and do what you do.
Yeah, that'd be fine if we strike this.
Just strike that language and strike 13.
No, we need it in.
Starting at 146. Strike everything else. Stuff that strike that.
Yeah.
You don't need 13.
Yeah. I agree with that. Okay. Would you give me an opportunity to get that amendment, since it's going to be a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson. Mr. Rogers.
Let's get to work and then I can stop. You can withdraw your really good.
So you would make it. You're right.
That's all right. Sim,
It could be.
I'm asking you a question. And most cars you buy come with a system already where you can key in already the navigation, right?
No. See, the way I grew up where we couldn't afford that type stuff in cars.
Well, unless you got an older car.
You got an older car, it don't have any of that stuff in it.
Yeah, but most phones also have it on the phone, right?
Right.
So therefore, if I key in, I'm going to 19th Street on my phone, I put it on the voice thing, it'll talk to me from down low, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a given.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Problem I'm saying is this. You're giving another tool to pull me over something that I might not have done. All right. Then I got to go to court. It's my word against the police officer's word, right?
That's the bill itself. That's not this amendment.
Okay, that's the bill itself. All right. How does your amendment make this bill any better? I thought you were talking about the mere fact that if you got a navigation system on your phone,
right,
or in the car,
right.
So what does your bill do? What does your amendment do?
So if you have a navigation system on your phone and you're using your phone as the navigation system,
Right.
it's not a violation of the law.
Right. So your amendment does what?
Makes it where, under the current bill, if you're using your phone as a navigation system, it would be a violation of the law.
Even though it's not built, I thought what he's saying is got to be buildable. If I got a navigation on my phone, I can put it on the dashboard, and he won't even see that.
But the whole purpose of his bill is the wireless device and the handheld use of the wireless device. This is saying, so there was a ton of exceptions that came through. Like they had exceptions for private investigators. They had exceptions for medical personnel, for first responders, for if it's licensed physician, private investigator, the hand is used to activate it. Let me see, ignition interlock. So there's all these things that were exceptions to the law. So it said you can't do this except under these 11 other conditions. So what my amendment would do is add, and I think they're working on drafting to fix it, is add 2 additional exceptions.
What do you want to add?
The exception would be, the first one would be if you have voice-based text.
Okay.
So like voice to text.
Okay.
So if you're like, if your phone or your a lot of these systems have it now where if I'm driving around the road and you text me, it'll say, my phone will say, you received a text from John Rogers.
Right.
Would you like to reply? And I'm never even touching my phone, but I'm using voice to text. I can say yes, respond by saying X. And so that voice to text would now be an exception. So you wouldn't be in violation of the law if you were using it as voice to text.
Well, I can support your amendment, but your amendment is okay. But I still don't like the bill. I'm going to vote for your amendment.
Okay.
But I'm still going to vote. The bill is what I'm opposed to. So I'm going to leave your amendment alone.
Okay.
Talk on the bill because it's still causing me a problem because of the fact that the bill caused me a problem because of the fact that it still gives take Travis, the Tuscaloosa. Travis driving down the highway and they stop him and then he not done one thing. Play plump. Could ride down the highway, and they say, well, I'm going to stop that car, and then I'm going to tell you that Fred Plump is broken the law because of the fact he been talking he got a cell phone to this. But it's a lie. He got to defend himself, go to court, and then if he's on a dark street, he might get the hell beat out of him. They put him over on a dark street, he might not get no damn well. And that's happening in Jefferson County several times. So now he said, well, no, I'm not going to stop till I get to the light of the place. He eluding the police. Then he got a car chase. But your amendment is fine. That don't correct that part of the bill.
Mm-hmm.
But your amendment is fine. I vote for your amendment.
Thank you, sir.
The chair thanks the gentleman.
Yeah, that's fine.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Betzel.
So Representative Simpson, we've heard a lot, there's been a lot of discussion going back to when it was with the bill sponsor, and there's a lot to unpack about this bill entirely. And so we have another amendment, and I've heard things about law enforcement a lot. And so I figured it was time to speak on behalf of law enforcement. So one of the things specifically about the amendment that I guess maybe conceptually I'm trying to figure out how to differentiate is you named a list of exceptions that if you were an emergency medical responder, law enforcement, private investigator, so on and so forth. And those things are sometimes more easily to recognize. For example, if it's a first responder, we would see that they're in their first responder vehicle, maybe they were in their uniform, things like that. The piece here that concerns me about your amendment, though, is it's not a classification or category or type of individual. This is a specific action that in which that if I'm sending a text message to an observer who is a law enforcement, they can't tell the difference if you are sending a text message or you're keying it into your device on using your map. So I guess the question is here, sometimes we do things with the best of intentions, but it makes it virtually impossible for law enforcement to enforce the law. So I guess maybe, unless I'm mistaken about that, maybe you could clear that up for me and kind of tell me what you had in mind.
Well, there's several, again, there are 11 exceptions that are through here as you have. The first would be the use of a wireless telecommunications device to obtain emergency services, including but not limited to an emergency call to law enforcement, healthcare provider, fire department, or other emergency services agency or entity. The same thing. You would have to prove I use the phone for those purposes. So it's not just a blanket person X is okay to do it. It is you have to do it for those purposes, which is in line with the amendment that I have. The second exception is the use of the wireless telecommunications device while the motor vehicle is parked. That's self-explanatory from what you have. Sure. The third exception is the use of the wireless telecommunications device as a global positioning or navigation system to receive driving directions, provided, however, that the manual input of navigation coordinates while operating a motor vehicle is in violation of this article. We're working on some stuff to possibly cover where exception number 13 could be if we remove on line 146, if we just say the use of the wireless telecommunications device as a global positioning or navigation system to receive driving directions. That's already in the exception. So the amendment that I have doesn't affect that, but it may be able to come through there. Now, it's convoluted, and I'm not telling you that it's not convoluted. I'm not telling you that it's not going to be very, very difficult to enforce, and I'm not telling you it's going to be almost impossible for an officer to be able to decipher exactly what's going on in these situations. I am just trying to make a bill that I saw an exception, and the language that I am using is the exact language from the Georgia statute. And we've talked about it, right. And Representative Wood has talked about it, and the Georgia statute was the basis of this. If you remember when K.L. Brown was a representative that carried this, K.L. brought the representative over from Georgia who carried the bill to go through this. So if we're modeling it from the Georgia, then I wanted to model the exceptions the same as the way through it. I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. I think we're trying to make something that I'm trying to make something better. I'm trying to take a position that he's got to make it better.
And I want you to know, I agree with the exception that you're bringing through your amendment. I just think from a practical standpoint, we have a law here that at the end of the day basically says it's illegal to hold your device in your hand. And then we've gone through and we're adding more and more of exceptions. So basically it's illegal to have the phone in your hand until it's not illegal. And there's all these exceptions that say that. And just from a law enforcement perspective, it makes it impossible to know if that person is actually doing one of those things that's illegal or not illegal. So I think we all understand the spirit in which this bill is being brought by the sponsor. I think we've all witnessed, we've all had family members, we all perhaps even have constituents in our district that have been victims of behavior or actions that from distracted driving that has led to us. I just want to make sure, as you, that we have something that we can actually enforce if we're going to do it. And so I think that's the concern. I appreciate the exception that you're bringing forward, but it's just one more thing in this long list that we're saying that it's not okay to hold your phone unless it's one of these long list of things that's okay. And that certainly causes me a little bit of concern from a law enforcement perspective.
I share your concerns.
Yeah, I know you do. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Roberts.
I like your amendment. I think we talked about it earlier, but I just had one question. I want to see if you'd be amenable to this, where if you look on page 5 of the bill, if you look at where it says a person may not operate a motor vehicle, the very first point is using a wireless telecommunications device to write, send, read, or otherwise engage in a text-based communication. So it's saying that if you engage in voice to text, that is in violation, that will be in violation of the code section. You then create an exception, which would be a voice-based communication, which is automatically converted by the device to be sent as a message in written form. So you've now got this exception that's in conflict with what we're passing as the code. So I was thinking that we might need to change the language in your amendment and the language in the code. And here's what I was saying, and see if you're amenable to it. That if you read item number 3, it says using a handheld wireless device. Why don't we add the term handheld for number 1 on page 5? So that way it's clarifying that you are holding it in your hand. It's a handheld wireless device. And then on your amendment, add after it says on point 12, a comma, and then something to the effect of so long as the user is not holding it in his or her hand. Because at this point, with your amendment, you could still be holding the phone in your hand and doing a voice to text, you know. So this would clarify that it is not being held in the person's hand, and it would, then you would not have conflict between the prohibition and the exception. Or would you be amenable to those changes?
I would let the will of the body decide.
Okay. Well, we were working on an amendment, and I know, did you talk with Representative Wadsworth?
I have talked with Representative Wadsworth.
And were you good with his amendment?
His amendment would put the global navigation position back to where it was, where it struck out the exception previously, which would be on page, where was it? Okay, on line 146, where it says, provided, however, that the manual input of navigation coordinates while operating a vehicle is a violation of this article, that language would be struck. And I was amenable to his language where that language would be struck.
Right. Well, I'm saying if Representative Wadsworth and I combined what I just asked you into one amendment, would you be amenable to that? So we'd have that in front of the body as opposed to having to debate my amendment as well.
No, I am all for the economics of time and what we can do to try to get anything to move faster.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you were amenable and you wouldn't have a problem with the language changes I had to your amendment.
This isn't my bill, so.
Right. But it's your amendment, though, so I wanted to make sure you were okay with that on your amendment.
I have no problem if y'all want to try to make the amendment better.
Okay. Sounds good. And I do think that we do need to change that as a prohibition because that will be in conflict. And so we've got to fix that issue. But so one thing I found interesting in reading the bill, it defines wireless telecommunications device, but it does not define handheld wireless telecommunications device. So I assume that handheld is holding it in your hand, but I mean, it doesn't define it doesn't make that specification.
You know, there's a lot of questions that are there. You know, one of the things that came up in talking with Representative McCampbell back there, and we tried to get away from the shall may discussion, was nothing contained on page 10, line 277, nothing contained in this article shall be deemed a violation of any law which would nullify or charge in any way or change the provisions or coverage of an insurance contract. That's tough for an insurance company. If you're telling an insurance company you're putting points on a license and points are going on a license, but you can't consider those points if you're going to issue the insurance license. So you can't add points and then tell you just don't pay attention to those points. Another thing I thought that, you know, if you read on page 4, it defines what any fines by ALEA associated with this will all go to the general fund. So they're not defining where those fines go for a municipality or for a county means all the fines will go to the state general fund. I can imagine some local municipalities would be rather upset about that.
Right, because I asked Dustin and he said, well, if it's not clarified, then it all is kicked to, you know, the state general fund.
I could see an officer being, you know, I'm not pulling someone over for something that's not even coming to our fund.
Yeah,
now you'd have a trooper. Now you'd have a trooper that may feel differently.
Yeah, but if I'm a sheriff's deputy, I'm thinking, why am I going to pull this guy over when none of the money goes back to my roads and my bridges or my pay?
That's not right. Let's see. Tim, that's not right.
All right, look. Strike lines 146 and insert the following directions. It would jump this, which is 12. What you would really need to do is just strike lines 146 and 148 on the provide. Just strike that. Yeah, and just that saying not insert the following directions, but then you would also need to say replace line and then strike out 13. Because you don't need 13 as well. See what that? Yeah.
Sorry.
So are you good with the language that my part of the amendment?
Again, it's not my bill. I'm not going to debate you and argue your language that you would have. I would leave it up to the body to make that determination.
Right, but I was just making sure, since it's your amendment, and so I think Wadsworth will bring the amendment, but it just clarifies those 2 points that we talked about. And
Got one.
let me ask you your legal opinion on this, Matt. How would
It's
you
worth every penny you paid for it.
How would you define physically supporting with any part of the operator's body the wireless electronic communications device?
That's questionable because under this, a wireless communications device could also be considered an Apple Watch because it's physically being supported through there. You can receive text messages on an Apple Watch. You can receive phone calls on an Apple Watch. To your argument of if somebody texts me and says this, is that technically a violation of what happens because you communicated through this and you read it, even though it is technically what it has through there. So there's, yeah.
Yeah, that's what, and I'm wondering, supported by the person's body. That's just, I don't know. It's kind of vague, really.
I think back to Representative Bedsoul's point. It's going to be incredibly difficult for any law enforcement officer to be able to. It's going to be more difficult to prosecute, but it's going to be very difficult for a law enforcement officer to enforce this.
Yeah, I mean, it will.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they've got the amendment for you.
Yes. Now this is Wadsworth. This is Representative Wadsworth's amendment, but it doesn't discuss what you talked about, or does it talk about a voice space?
It does. And it changes it. Right. Wait, what was this? 146 and 148. Oh, that's on your part. Directions. Right. That adds directions. And
You going to kill Tom? You going to kill Tom?
right, and then adds term handheld right there. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, based on discussions with other members of the legislature, I would withdraw my amendment.
Okay, we'll withdraw the amendment. We're going to work this one out. At this time, the chair calls is Francis Holt from Baldwin County.
Thank you. Have amendment.
You're recognized.
Go ahead.
Chair receive the amendment.
Just don't take all night. Just don't take all night.
Amendment to House Bill number 8 by Representative Hulk Jones.
I promise this won't take but a second. It has an amendment to delete lines 277 through 281, which is the insurance paragraph, which is not enforceable to the insurance industry. You can't legislate to the insurance industry their underwriting guidelines.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with
A friendly amendment. Clerk received the amendment already? Okay, we got a couple of lights on. You want to speak on the amendment or on the bill?
We need to talk about 10 minutes.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Okay.
Yes, sure, come on.
Mr. Speaker, seem as though we have quite a few amendments on this bill. And it seems as though it's a situation where we need to sit down and all interested parties work to kind of straighten it out. I move that we just carry this bill over at the call of the chair and call for the ayes and the noes.
We have a motion to carry over. It is a recorded vote.
Yeah.
Clerk will unlock the machines. If you vote to carry it over, the vote will be aye. If you vote not to carry it over, the vote will be no. Clerk will lock the machines. 55 yes, 41 nay. The bill has been carried over. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile.
Mr. Speaker, can I say something just for a minute?
Yes, sir. You recognize for a point of personal privilege.
Okay. This bill was written trying to help people, but people don't want to be helped. K.L. Brown, when he walked out here the last time, he actually had tears in his eyes because he cares about mankind so much. And just like I said, this thing was about life and death. So I hope and pray none of you have a hardship or anything like that with your family or your kids or anything. That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile. Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment.
We are adjourned.